me when the live stream starts. Good morning, everyone. Hi. So first of all, I'd like to welcome you all to the Symposium on Street Vendors and the Law. CCS this year is hosting the symposium along with the Social Legal Review of the National Law School, Bangalore. And through this symposium, we'll be hosting 3 sessions, as I'm sure you would have read in your brochures. So for the welcome address, I'd like to invite Dr. Prashant Narang.
Good morning, all of you, and thank you, Sharan. First of all, again, a very warm welcome on behalf of Center for Civil Society. We are fortunate to have a great line of speakers and panelists this morning. Thank you, everyone, for coming here for this panel discussion for this symposium. I know it's very cold and it's very early morning, especially for Delhi. So grateful to all of you that you came here in time, and it's rarity to see the hall full before the event starts. So thank you so much once again. There are 3 panel discussions. I'm part of also going to be in panel 3, so I will not talk about the theme of panel 3. I'll touch upon the issue of informality in panel 3. But I will first talk about session 2 and then session 1 so that there is also some link and continuity. Session 2 is going to be about urban hierarchies and spatial context. In this panel, we are going to talk about the different power structures that exist, the dynamics between among vendors, so what are the different categories of vendors, then vendors and other stakeholders such as Residents Welfare Association. A number of academicians have already written a lot about it. So for example, I'll briefly talk about, so Alison Brown has used the phrase urban public space to refer to all physical space and social relations that determine the use of space within non-private realm of cities. So urban public space constitutes an essential element of the physical capital used by urban poor to extract their livelihood. So public space in that sense is a spatial expression of social institution. It's a product of social relations and practices. Now, social relations for street vendors include activities such as bargaining for economic activity for money lenders with civic authorities. Similarly, when we talk about urban hierarchy, we talk about social relations among various actors. And Salis has actually written about the hierarchy between the actors involved in urban economy. So there are urban elites, there are urban working classes. In context of Mumbai, it has been written that how the middle classes have been exclusionary. In the context of Delhi, the experience was a bit different. It seemed that the working classes depend a lot also on vendors, and so they are not necessarily exclusionary, but they regulate the economic activity of vendors. And we have seen, most of us are from Delhi, and we know that how gated communities and RWAs regulate the entry and exit of street vendors. They also charge them, for ID cards and so on and so forth. This is not part of the law, but these sort of informal practices, and session 1 is about informal practice. So this is also an informal practice. It's not codified in law, but it routinely happens. And I mean, I also have seen this personally in my RWA, that the RWA asking to issue ID cards and charge money from vendors, and only few vendors would be allowed, not everybody would be allowed. And so when they think of the public space, they think of it as a cooperative housing society, So cooperative housing societies exist in Gurgaon, they exist in Dwarika, they exist in Mumbai, and maybe in many other cities. But let's say for a South Delhi colony or a North Delhi colony, the neighborhood is not a cooperative housing society. So the road there is not a public road. It's a public road, it's not a private road. It's not a space within the cooperative housing society. So they don't have a higher claim to it than a street vendor, but they assert their claim in that sense. Then of course, there is interesting relationship between vendors and shopkeepers. And there is again varied literature on this. So some scholars have noted that shopkeepers, of course, there is competition for customers, competition over space. We have seen that shopkeepers also put their wares outside their shops, where vendors would like to be there. Then there is common claim to the parking space between. So there is also counterclaim by car owners, and where vendors could have probably utilized that space. Now, we also actually, Jaina and I did some research in Delhi, and we found out that there could also be symbiotic relationship between shopkeepers and vendors, because vendors also in many cases pay rent to shopkeepers. So this is interesting because there is rent seeking and there is rent. So rent seeking by public officials in their individual capacities, and because they charge bribery and corruption, vendors also feel legitimized that because they pay bribes as rent, and so they have a claim to the space. So not just they claim, and they see it as ownership, and because they see it as ownership over that spot, they also sometimes give that spot on rent to someone else. And this has been documented in the literature. What Jaina and I found out was that where vendors occupy spaces which are private spots but outside a private space, so for example, let's say outside a shop, there they pay some money to the shopkeeper to buy a kind of no objection. Of course, the shopkeeper has no higher claim to the public spot, but the money is paid to the shopkeeper so that he doesn't complain, he doesn't object, he doesn't call the authorities and get the vendor removed. So this is also something interesting. Now coming to the first session, which is about norms and practices. So there are three strands. The first strand is about formal and informal networks. So there are town vending committees which are codified in the law. So the law says that there will be town vending committee in Delhi. The structure of the town vending committee, if I'm not wrong, is about 30 people. 40% of town vending committee has to be elected representatives of street vendors. But how well are they functioning? Again, a study that we conducted in Delhi, these bodies are kind of dysfunctional on all counts. So be it, for example, circulating the agenda in advance, allowing the vendors to speak during the meeting, or conducting the meeting themselves, because the meetings are also not taking place. And after the meeting, minutes of the meeting are not being uploaded. Of course, the meetings are not very inclusive, because many a times they happen in English. Not many vendors would understand English. Actually, most of the vendors may not understand English. On the other hand, there is an informal leader called Market Pradhan, often in many markets, and especially present in informal markets, who would negotiate on behalf of vendors with the municipal authorities. And last year we conducted a study on weekly vendors, and we found out that he's the person who kind of is the middleman between vendors and the authorities, and formally, informally, legally, illegally, he manages and negotiates a lot of those things with the authorities and make weekly markets happen. The other strand, the second strand under this theme, and which I've already talked about, is rent seeking and rent, because again, this is an issue of formal and informal. So Act talks about fee, and what rent seeking that happens is not in addition of fee, because fee is kind of not being enforced. Municipal corporation is not charging fee. This is very interesting because it's a source of revenue, so municipal corporation is so very, for example, particular about charging property taxes. Then why is it letting go of this source of revenue? It is because they know that if they take money, then that gives legitimacy to the vendors, and so they are not interested. One is that, and second also could be that there's a transaction cost, because the number of vendors is so high, and to have that kind of transaction, you would either need some sort of technology interface, or you would need some intermediary to have
that sort of fee collection. Although my sense is, my conjecture is that most vendors would be interested in going to the municipality and paying that fee because it gives them that legitimacy. I would like to share an interesting experience. We were representing some vendors. This was before COVID in the municipal magistrate court. This is the lowest level of magistrate who charges penalty for a violation of sanitation norm under the Delhi Municipal Corporation Act. So we were representing 2 or 3 vendors, and there were other vendors also present from Mehroli. And so we offered, if you like, we can also represent you. And they didn't really respond. They were not interested. And one of our vendors told us that, they don't want to get this penalty quashed. In fact, they have paid money to get penalized. Why? Because the challan would also be a proof of legitimacy. Right? So this was very interesting, very counterintuitive for us, but legitimacy is very, very important for them. There is literature, existing literature on collection intermediaries. This is something that we have also come across in Delhi. So municipal officials sometimes don't take bribes directly. They have appointed intermediaries to collect bribes. And third strand under this theme is of eviction and harassment. So when we talk about formality and informality, the law says that eviction can only happen after a survey is conducted. But we know that in Delhi and many other cities, evictions have been taking place even before the survey was conducted. And the high courts have also legitimized it, saying that, well, it's not about this survey. It's not about the survey conducted under this law, but some survey under any other law or before the law or under some Supreme Court direction. So any survey would be fine. So for example, if Chopra committee or some other committee appointed by the Supreme Court had conducted a survey of whatever 700 vendors or 2,500 vendors, only those vendors are then legitimized. All other vendors are illegal or illegitimate. So there is also literature on that how different stakeholders view vendors as chaos, as nuisance. And Indra this morning had shared with me that how even the judges have passed those remarks in the court. Those are not part of the record, but they have informally, unofficially have made those comments in the court that, vendors are nuisance, they are chaos, and yeah, why should we listen or hear them? Similarly, encroachment. Encroachment, it would be very interesting to also hear from the panelists that what constitutes encroachment. And Supreme Court had passed an order on 2nd September, I'm not sure, it was 2019 probably, wherein it was, I think, 8 pages order against encroachment. And the neighborhood where I live in, police had put up notices against vendors asking them to vacate, saying that this is Supreme Court order. So I got hold of the order. I did a Control F for the word street vendor. There was no street vendor. Then of course I started reading the order that, why is it being enforced against the vendors? And it turned out that the order said that potted plants, security guard cabins, and cars should not be parked on the footpaths. So the kind of encroachment it was talking about is mostly the encroachment done by the residents and the shopkeepers. And there was absolutely no mention of street vendors in that particular order. And we know that, there was only one notice given by the police, and that too to the street vendors. And after that, no action has ever been taken against any of the residents. I mean, I also park my car outside my house, which is of course municipal area. I don't park my car inside like most other residents in Delhi, right? So there is a difference in how we view vendors and how we view residents, and how we view shopkeepers. I mean, many shopkeepers also put up their wares outside. They occupy corridors, then the footpath, then the parking slots, and then the roads. And there are many markets, where it's difficult to see the road or the corridors because, half the shop is outside. So yeah, these are some of the strands, and we would love to hear what the panelists have to say on some of these issues. I'm sure there would be many other new phenomenon, undiscovered facts and ideas and concepts. And I'm very excited. The whole objective of this conference is to bring academicians, practitioners, and researchers all at one platform and have that cross-pollination of ideas here. So yeah, very excited to listen to all the esteemed panelists, and I'm sure all the audience is also eagerly looking forward to listening to the panel discussion. So maybe we should start with panel 1. Over to Sharan. Thank you so much.
So, thank you, Prashant, for highlighting these issues and interesting strands that exist in the intersection between the law and praxis. So, for session 1, we have Dr. Chatterji, who is with us. Dr. Chatterji is a professor of urban management and governance at Xavier University in Bhubaneswar and has over 25 years of international academic and industry experience in the urban habitat sector. He completed his doctorate specializing in urban planning and governance from the University of Queensland in Australia. Prior to joining academia, Dr. Chatterji held several senior managerial positions in various multidisciplinary international consulting companies, and he has written extensively on urban contemporary issues and challenges, including on the local politics of informal street vendors in Kolkata. So, Dr. Chatterji, welcome, and thank you for being here. Next, we have Mr. Sandeep Verma, who is the General Secretary of the National Youth Hawkers Federation and the convener of the National Hawkers Federation in Delhi. He has been advocating for street vendor rights since 2015. He spearheaded the consultations on behalf of the NHF with the Delhi government during the formulation of the Delhi rules and schemes. So, a very warm welcome to you too, sir. And next we have Dr. Karthik Rao Kaval. Dr. Kaval is currently an assistant professor of political economy and urban studies at Kriya University. He received his doctoral training in international development from the Department of Urban Studies and Planning at MIT. He also has previously published on a number of related topics like the history of urban planning in India, the trajectory of street vendor politics in Indian cities, and the changing relationship between urban and urban planning practice in an international context. He has specifically written on the use of legal petitioning by street vendors as a form of struggle and negotiation with the state. So, a very warm welcome to you too, sir. And last, we have Mr. Deepanshu Mohan, who will also be the moderator. Mr. Mohan is an associate professor of economics and the director of the Center for New Economic Studies at Jindal, at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Humanities. He has been a visiting professor to the Department of Economics at Carleton University, Ottawa, where he teaches courses on comparative economic history and development economics. His research work intersects with the law in economics, political economy, and development economics. He has extensively published on the urban informal economy, and his previous work includes case studies of street vending in Kolkata, Delhi, and Cambodia. So, very warm welcome to you too, sir. Now, invite all the 4 speakers to please join us on the dais.
Right, a very good morning, everyone, and such a pleasure to be part of this very special gathering. I think I must say that given the socio-political landscape in which we are all part of, it's very rare that we can have vibrant conversations around what really is a part of our day-to-day observatory cycle. I mean, street vendors in a very deeply stratified society as ours, uh, there is an entrenched othering of uh, the way of seeing in our sort of conduct has this sort of way where we try to categorize, group, and look at people from a perspective of how they're defined by either the nature of your work or occupationally or spatially positioned at a certain location. So it's fascinating to be part of the group. I would like to especially thank Prashant Ji and Sharan, Sanskriti, Simran Jyot, Deepak, and Shashi for putting this symposium together. So, big round of applause for all of them. And I thought for the purpose of this discussion, there's a lot being already said by Prashant Ji, so I don't want to sort of talk about the purpose or the rationale of what the group would reflect on. Maybe I'll just, for the purposes of keeping it up to time and getting everyone a chance to speak, I'd request Dr. Chatterji maybe to go in first and then Sandeep Ji, that's all right. And then myself and then Karthik. I'll take the liberty of knowing Karthik, so me and Karthik can go in towards the third and fourth speaker role, and just maybe try to stick to around 10 minutes if possible, and I'll just remind you when you have like a minute or so left, if that's okay. And we'll have some time for us to be able to reflect on the comments made on each other before we open it up for questions and comments. So with that, let me start by asking Dr. Chatterji if you would like to begin. And if anybody has any presentations like I do you have anything? Or Sandeep ji, aapko question? ठीक है. All right. Thank you. Please, after you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Mr. Mohan, and thanks a lot for the Center for Civil Society for inviting me. Dr. Narang really set the tone, and as he mentioned several incidences where the street vendors are othered, and I mean there are numerous cases where there are small amount negotiations that's happening, and I come from, although I'm based in Xavier University in Bhubaneswar, but I come from Calcutta, I mean, which is at the thick of street vendor politics. But I'm not a lawyer, so my background is in architecture and urban studies. So I will address this question of street vendors in a slightly different way, at a larger framework. Said that I think that the question of street vendor mobilization in India needs to be located against the larger canvas of network politics of urban informality, especially regarding the issues of clientelism and populism, which are the two major strands of urban politics. And before I go into the issue of urban informality, I mean, there is one caveat. I mean, the term informality is a generic concept. And I mean, it has been defined as something that lies outside the regulatory ambit of the state, very broadly speaking. Although it is very conveniently and very conventionally associated with urban poverty, squatter settlements, and street vending, but Ananya Roy and others had argued that informality has now become an integral part of the contemporary urban governance fabric of Indian cities. And urban public spaces are often appropriated by various interest groups, and many of them are wealthy and politically well connected, the point that Dr. Narang has just touched upon. So the issue of urban informality goes beyond the street vendors. I mean, there are several other dimensions to it. And now coming to this issue of street vendors, contemporary research has mostly focused in urban studies about the structural and institutional dimensions of informality, particularly regarding its relationship to the zoning and the land use regulations, its inclusion or exclusion from the urban planning related to civic engagement mechanisms, participations in institutional arrangements of urban governance like the town vending committee. But And also much of this discourse is studied from the angle of right to the cities literature. But the agential dimension had not received that much attention and is often seen as messy and chaotic. By agential dimension, what I mean are the organizations of the political interests and the bargaining within and between the societies, including through elections, through political local area political networks, community mobilization, and practices of local government rather than the institutional and the policy dimensions. And in the politics of urban informality, the power of particular actors and groups can strongly affect how formal rules play out in practice. And interest aggregation and lobbying takes place often beside the formal structures and is often opaque in nature. And clientelism is perhaps the most obvious manifestation of political informality. It has been defined as a form of non-programmatic political mobilization in which benefits are conferred by people in position of political power or patrons, conditional or recipients returning these favors with votes or some other forms of political support. And clientelism is thus based on a relationship of mutual and perhaps asymmetric exchange. Now, in the contemporary Indian city, there is a dynamic but complicated relationship between the abstract and the sanitized formal city and the messy reality of the lived spaces in the informal bazaar city. It is neither a relationship that is fully antagonistic but not fully cooperative either. So it is a kind of a fuzzy relationship. In recent decades, formal and the informal economies have started to manifest in clear spatial terms in many cities. And there is a new twin track economic geography that has started to take shape in urban India. On the one hand, we are seeing that economic growth in India is catalyzing, centralizing around the big metropolitan region. But if we look closely within this metropolitan region, there is a growth is there is a bypass urbanism phenomenon where the greenfield gated communities are rising at the outer periphery of Delhi, Bangalore, and many other cities which are tied to the IT parks and the other knowledge economy sectors. On the other hand, the inner city areas are getting occupied by the retail, small scale trading, and the micro scale commercial enterprises, mostly belonging to the unorganized sector. So the new economic geography of Indian cities is thus a complex system where organized sector is becoming less urbanized and the unorganized sector is becoming more urbanized. Now this divided urban geography is also manifested in the way people associate with the formal and informal sectors and tend to access the state to avoid various kind of services. The urban poor and the migrant community tend to take more of a directly political route by approaching, and Parth Chatterji has argued, take the more of a directly political route by approaching local political functionaries. And the neighborhood level political channels ensure protection to informal traders, slums and squatter settlements against eviction drives and help them access various types of civic facilities. By striking a deal with the lower level civic officials. In exchange, the entire slum, neighborhood or the communities of poor become captive vote banks to their local protectors. And Parth Chatterji, in his very seminal work, The Politics of the Governed, has termed this phenomenon as a subaltern population associated with the urban informal sector, herding under the protective umbrella of the organized political outfits as a survival politics of the poor. Such survival strategies are usually disassociated from any individual ideological underpinnings and are guided by short-term political gains. Solomon Benjamin, talking in the context of Bangalore, has termed the strategies of the urban informal sector to cement their claims over the city as occupancy urbanism. Now, traditionally, the state in India, the local state, took a rather soft approach towards urban informality. And I'm talking about the traditional situation. Now, that situation is changing. Even though the urban middle class had long been seeking removal of slums and shanties, citing their adverse impact on the environment and the aesthetic quality of life. Now, Parth Chatterji has attributed this lenient approach of the earlier period as implicit recognition by the state of its inability to generate sufficient jobs or supply affordable housing, and under the circumstances, the state apparatus has either turned a blind eye or condoned petty violations and encroachments. It was reasoned that hard actions may trigger social unrest. Now, that reality is changing in the as India is becoming more neoliberal turn. That situation is now changing. So there is also a connection here between clientelism, occupancy urbanism, and political populism. Now, Parth Chatterji has recently argued that the populist political leaders frequently project themselves as messiah of the poor and thrive on their outsider anti-establishment image. There is that, I the people phenomenon, where the populist leader projects himself or herself as a sole patron and establishes a direct connection with the vulnerable population. There's a more kind of a centralization of power, and which tends to draw away from the local level functionaries and institutional structures like ward level committees, town vending committees, or even set town planning norms. I had argued earlier that the mobilization of street vendors in Calcutta have evolved from the stage of survival politics of the poor, and in a very classical sense, and now it has reached kind of the next step, and by strategically mobilizing their numbers, the street vendors have become a integral component of the city's urban politics. They swing their political affiliation based on the specific circumstances, and political leaders cannot ignore this, the agency of the street vendors. So this we have seen very recently over the last 10 years or so, where this informal sector, the street vendors, the auto drivers, etc., who were largely associated with the left parties. So they used always to flaunt the red flag in the autos or the shops. But then from 2008 onwards, that started changing to TMC, Trinamool Congress, and then with the rise of BJP, the same set of people are now, flaunting the saffron flag. So it is a politics not associated with any ideology. It is a politics that based on local negotiations and contacts. With this, I will stop for the moment, and we'll have come back.
Thank you, Dr. Chatterji. All right, Sandeep ji, please.
Okay. Good morning all. मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में बोलूँ तो बेहतर होगा क्या? I'll be more expressive actually. So, तो मैं एक स्टार्ट उस चीज़ से करना चाहूँगा कि हमारा जो बैकग्राउंड है नेशनल हॉकर फेडरेशन का, तो इसका स्टार्ट चूँकि आप कोलकाता के ये पे बात कर रहे हैं, तो ये स्टार्ट भी कोलकाता से हुआ. कोलकाता में ऑपरेशन सनसाइन में भी सो लेफ्ट फ्रंट गवर्नमेंट जो आपने बात की अभी, तो उसकी ही सरकार ने ये ऑपरेशन सनसाइन शुरू किया था. ऑपरेशन सनसाइन का उनका ऑब्जेक्टिव ये था कि सूर्य उदय होगा, नया शहर बनेगा काइंड ऑफ, और उस शहर में, उस नए शहर में उनका सबसे प्राइम ऑब्जेक्टिव था, जो कि अभी तक का शायद देश का सबसे बड़ा एविक्शन प्रोग्राम हो सकता है, ऐसा कहीं और नहीं हुआ. 10,000 से ज़्यादा के फोर्स के साथ, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस एंड ऑल, उन सब के साथ आधी रात को एविक्शन प्रोसेस स्टार्ट किया गया था. क्योंकि जब ये डिक्लेयर हुआ था, सुभाष चक्रवर्ती उस वक्त ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्टर थे, और उन्होंने ये इस तरह का किया था कि पूरी सभी सड़क से वो वेंडर्स को हटा देंगे एंड ऑल. तो इसके साथ उन्होंने मतलब जब इसके विरोध हुए, इसके ऊपर प्रोटेस्ट हुआ, सारा कुछ हुआ, तो उन्होंने इस तरह की प्लानिंग की कि आधी रात को वो 10,000 के फोर्स के साथ उन्होंने एविक्शन शुरू किया था। और एविक्शन वो लाइक उसके फोटोग्राफ वगैरह मैं अभी है मेरे लैपटॉप में भी है, तो मैं दिखा सकता हूँ। आप देखेंगे तो आपने कभी ऐसा देखा ही नहीं होगा जिस तरह के एविक्शन ड्राइव्स किए गए थे उस वक्त। तो वहाँ से ये चीज़ें शुरू हुई थी। और शक्तिमान घोष हमारे मे बी यू मस्ट नो अबाउट टीम, तो वहाँ से ये शुरू करके वहाँ हॉकर संग्राम कमेटी बनाई गई और इसके ऊपर में काफ़ी बड़ा प्रोटेस्ट हुआ, विरोध हुआ, और वो चीज़ें वहाँ से शुरू हुई। और फिर धीरे धीरे ये पूरे देश भर के स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स को कनेक्ट करने के लिए नेशनल हॉकर फेडरेशन का एस्टैब्लिशमेंट हुआ 2000 में। और मैं बहुत रिसेंटली इसमें मतलब बहुत बाद में जुड़ा, 2000 से नेशनल हॉकर फेडरेशन काम कर रहा था, मैं 2015 में जुड़ा। एक्चुअली मेरा बैकग्राउंड है सॉफ्टवेयर इंजीनियरिंग का, मेरी एक छोटी सी कंपनी भी थी, वेबसाइट बनाता हूँ, अभी भी बनाता हूँ। लेकिन मैं किसी ऐसी मीटिंग में गया था और तब से मेरा कनेक्शन हुआ, मैं जुड़ा और मैंने चीज़ों को समझा, और फिर मैं अभी एक्टिवली फुल टाइम अगर देखा जाए तो मैं इस पर काम कर रहा हूँ। इसमें जो नॉर्म्स और प्रैक्टिसेस की बात हम कर रहे हैं, तो कई सारी चीज़ें अगर हम उसमें जाएंगे तो हमारे पास समय बहुत कम है, हम उस पर नहीं जाते हैं। लेकिन शॉर्टकट में हम एक बात कह सकते हैं कि स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हमेशा, जैसे प्रशांत सर ने बताया कि कहीं पर भी कहीं कोई सुधार की बात हो, शहर को सुंदर बनाने की बात हो, स्वच्छ करने की बात हो, शहर की जितनी भी समस्याएं हैं अगर उसको ठीक करने की बात होती है, तो हमारी अथॉरिटीज़ को पता ही नहीं कैसे ऐसा ख्याल आ जाता है कि स्ट्रीट वेंडर को हटा दो, उनको ख़त्म कर दो, तो सारी शहर की समस्याएं अपने आप ख़त्म हो जाएगी। वो ट्रैफिक हो, वो साफ़ सफाई की बात हो, या कुछ भी हो, वो सब खत्म हो जाएगा। स्ट्रीट वेंडर के ऊपर एक्शन ले लो। तो यही नॉर्म सालों से हम देखते चले आ रहे हैं। आपने जो अभी दिल्ली के मामले में जो MC मेहता समथिंग कोई केस था जिसके ऊपर ये इंक्रोचमेंट का आया था, आपने बिल्कुल सही बोला। उसके ऊपर सर हमें भारत सरकार से और दिल्ली सरकार दोनों से क्लैरिटी लानी पड़ी। दोनों ने सारी अथॉरिटीज़ को लेटर लिखा, लेटर्स हैं हमारे पास, कि भाई इस ऑर्डर का कोई भी रिलेवेंसी स्ट्रीट वेंडर के साथ नहीं है। लेकिन बावजूद उसके अभी सेकेंड सेशन जो है हमारा, उसमें मीना बाज़ार के काफ़ी लोग आने वाले। मीना बाज़ार में बिल्कुल उन्होंने बुलडोजर ला करके, उसके फोटोग्राफ्स आप देखेंगे, आज भी आप देख सकते हैं कि अभी मीना बाज़ार कैसा है, वो पूरी तरीके से साफ कर दिया था, तोड़ दिए गए थे उनको। और नोटिस के नाम पर सर नोटिस किसी को सर्व नहीं किया, वो चिपका दिए गए थे। तो ये जो सिस्टम है हमारा, हमारे पास आज के डेट में एक प्रॉपर कानून है, स्ट्रीट वेंडर एक्ट 2014, जिसमें काफ़ी सारे प्रोविजंस हैं, बहुत क्लियर। मैं डिटेल्स में नहीं जाऊंगा, लंबी चौड़ी चीज़ों पे नहीं जाते हैं, बहुत शॉर्टकट में 2-3 चीज़ें हैं हमारे पास कि एक बहुत क्लियर कट उसमें प्रोविज़न है। 2-3 प्रोविज़न का जिक्र करूंगा कि एक तो विदाउट सर्वे, विदाउट आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ द स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स, विदाउट गिविंग देम द सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ वेंडिंग, और उनका जो वेंडिंग जोन होगा जहां आप उनको, अगर आपको हटाना पड़ता है, उस एक्ट में ये भी चीज़ें लिखी गई है बहुत क्लियर तरीके से कि भीड़ भाड़, ओवर क्राउडिंग विल नॉट बी अ रीज़न टू एविक्ट एनी स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स। उन सब के बावजूद अगर आपको कहीं पे अर्जेंट नीड हो जाती है, पब्लिक पर्पस के लिए किसी जगह की जरूरत पड़ती है, देन ओनली यू कैन एविक्ट देम। और उसके पहले आपको वेंडिंग जोन उनको एलोकेट करना पड़ेगा कि कहाँ कर सकते हैं, और उसमें भी जहाँ उनका नेचुरल जो उनका कस्टमर बेस है वो उस तक पहुँच सकता है, वैसी ही जगह पे आपको जगह एलोकेट करनी होगी। देन ओनली यू कैन एविक्ट देम विद द डिटेल्स कि आप कहाँ उनको जगह दे रहे हैं, जहाँ उनका लाइवलीहुड कॉम्प्रोमाइज नहीं होना चाहिए। लेकिन ऐसा कहीं नहीं है, कभी नहीं है, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ। जो एविक्शन की बात सर आपने भी की थी अभी, कि एविक्शन के टाइम पे जब कभी भी जिस किसी भी म्यूनिसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में हमारी मतलब न्यूमरस ऑफ प्रोटेस्ट और एडवोकेसी के बाद अगर कहीं पे सर्वे का प्रोसेस शुरू भी हुआ, तो आपको शॉकिंग एक चीज़ बताता हूँ और विथ रिकॉर्ड बताता हूँ, डिटेल्स है हमारे पास, कि उसके ठीक पहले लाइक सर्वे अगर डिक्लेयर हुआ है कि अभी सर्वे होने वाला है, उसके ठीक पहले उस मार्केट को एविक्ट कर दिया जाता है। उसकी वीडियोस बना करके, उसकी रिपोर्ट्स बना करके उनका रिकॉर्ड मेंटेन कर लेते हैं वो, कि देयर विल बी नो, वहाँ कोई वेंडर था ही नहीं, तो वहाँ पे सर्वे हो ही नहीं सकता। तो ये रेगुलर का प्रोसेस है, ये हमेशा हम आए दिन देखते चले जा रहे हैं। और अगर हम उसको रोकने की कोशिश करें तो अभी रिसेंट के केसेस हैं, हम तो लगातार इसके ऊपर चर्चा कर रहे हैं। हम अभी जब दिल्ली में काम कर रहे हैं, अभी लाल किला के पास भी एविक्शन हुआ इस तरीके से। ये हम अगर एक्ट की कॉपी लेकर के उनके सामने खड़े हैं तो पुलिस ऑफिसर्स, हमारे पास वीडियोस हैं, वो जो हमारा आर्गुमेंट हो रहा है उनके सामने, तो वो सीधे सीधे डिनाई करते हैं, हम इसको नहीं एक्सेप्ट करेंगे, हम नहीं मानेंगे। टीबीसी मीटिंग्स की बात करते हैं, ये टाउन वेंडिंग कमेटी के जरिए होने की बात है। हम उनसे पूछते हैं कि सर ये प्रॉपर क्लियर गाइडलाइन है कि अगर टाउन वेंडिंग कमेटी बन गई है तो कोई भी एविक्शन या रिलोकेशन या ऐसा कुछ भी जो भी स्ट्रीट वेंडर के बारे में आपको एक्शन लेना है या काम करना है, तो वो सिर्फ टाउन वेंडिंग कमेटी के मीटिंग के जरिए ही तय की जा सकती है। और उस मीटिंग का कोई भी मिनट से, कोई भी उस मीटिंग से प्रस्ताव जो पारित करते हैं, जिसका एक प्रोसेस है, रूल्स में बाकायदा गाइडलाइन लिखी गई है कि एक कोई प्रस्ताव किसी भी मामले में किसी वेंडर को सर्टिफिकेट इशू करने से लेके उसका सर्टिफिकेट रद्द करने से लेकर के उसके रिलोकेशन, उसके एविक्शन, एवरीथिंग विल बी डिसाइडेड बाय द टाउन वेंडिंग कमेटी। उसका आज तक एक भी पूरे देश में कहीं एक रिकॉर्ड नहीं है जहां पे ऑफिशियली किसी वेंडर को एविक्ट करने का नोटिस इशू हुआ हो या कोई ऐसा प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ हो। लेकिन एविक्शन का रिकॉर्ड अगर आप देखेंगे तो कोई ऐसा शहर नहीं है देश का जहां पे एविक्शन नहीं हो रहा हो, किसी भी कारण से, कैसे भी। लॉ होने के बाद हमारी एक एक्सपेक्टेशन थी, जब मैं 2014-2015 में जब जुड़ा था, 2014 में एक्ट पास हुआ, ऐसी एक मीटिंग में बात हो रही थी, मैं बहुत खुश था। मैं लिटरली शक्तिदास से आर्गुमेंट कर रहा था कि आप क्यों अब परेशान हैं, कानून बन गया, अब कौन इनको परेशान करेगा। तभी उन्होंने कहा था कि हमें कानून बनाने के लिए जितनी लड़ाई करनी पड़ी, उसको इंप्लीमेंट कराने के लिए उससे 3 गुनी ज्यादा लड़ाई करनी पड़ेगी, और इसके बाद ज्यादा परेशानी हो गया। आज मैं मानता हूं उनकी इस बात को कि उन्होंने उस वक्त ही कह दिया था ऐसा। तो वो हमको देखने को मिल रहा है कि हम जब एक उम्मीद करते हैं कि अगर एक कानून पार्लियामेंट ने पास किया, अगर उसका वायलेशन हो रहा है तो हम कोर्ट जाएंगे, हमें जस्टिस मिलेगा। लेकिन कोर्ट्स ने क्या किया, मुंबई हाई कोर्ट ने 2018 में एक ऑर्डर पास किया जिसमें बोला कि किसी भी रेलवे स्टेशन, हॉस्पिटल, एनी एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन, मंदिर, मस्जिद, मतलब एनी कोई भी जो पूजा का जगह होता है किसी भी धर्म का, ऐसे किसी भी प्लेस से 150 मीटर के आसपास कोई भी वेंडर नहीं बैठेगा। हमने कोर्ट में भी पूछा और अथॉरिटी से भी पूछा, तो फिर समुंदर में डाल दें सारे वेंडर्स को, बिकॉज इन इंडिया आप 150 मीटर पे कोई ना कोई कंप्यूटर इंस्टीट्यूशन, कोई स्पोकन इंग्लिश का क्लास, कोई छोटा सा मंदिर, और मंदिर उन्होंने जो किसी पेड़ के नीचे एक छोटा सा कोई मूर्ति या पत्थर रख देते हैं ना, उसको भी उन्होंने मंदिर माना और वहां से भी एविक्शन किया। तो 150 मीटर में ऐसा कुछ ना कुछ आपको हर हाल में मिलेगा, और उन्होंने एविक्शन ड्राइव किया उसके आधार पे, और पूरा बिल्कुल साफ किया। तो हमें ये जो नॉर्म्स है, जो गवर्नमेंट का जो काम करने का तरीका है, एक्ट को, रूल्स को, और जितनी भी सिस्टम जो भी बनाई गई है स्ट्रीट वेंडर के मामले में बहुत बेहतर है, लेकिन उसका वायलेशन उतनी ही ज़्यादा, मतलब धड़ल्ले से धज्जियां उड़ाने वाला वर्ड मैं इस्तेमाल कर सकता हूं कि उसके साथ किया जा रहा है। और अगर हम उसको रोकने की कोशिश करते हैं तो एक्शन हमारे पे हो जाता है। अभी हमारे कुछ साथी यहाँ पे सेकेंड हाफ में आएंगे और कुछ साथी हैं भी नहीं। हमें अभी 15 दिन जेल, उनको 2 बार, एक हफ्ते के अंदर उनको 2 बार जेल हुआ, और दूसरी बार 15 दिन उनको जेल के अंदर रहना पड़ा, सिर्फ इसलिए कि पुलिस ने रिपोर्ट टाइम पे फाइल नहीं की। और पुलिस कोर्ट में कुछ भी नहीं कह पाई अगेंस्ट, पुलिस को बिल्कुल चुपचाप रहना पड़ा, और जमानत हुई उनकी, क्योंकि हम कहीं से भी अगेंस्ट, एक्ट और रूल के खिलाफ नहीं थे, वो उनकी गड़बड़ियाँ थी। तो इस तरह की चीज़ें, जो नॉर्म्स और प्रैक्टिस अगर हम बात करें तो नॉर्म्स तो कुछ है, प्रैक्टिस एकदम सर के बल उल्टी तरीके से चल रहा है। तो बिकॉज आपने टाइम का किया है तो अभी और नहीं बोलता हूँ, कुछ और कोई क्वेरी हो, कुछ हो तो हम उस पर और बात कर सकते हैं। बात करने के लिए बहुत सारी बातें, मैं बोलूँगा तो पूरा दिन जाएगा। थैंक यू।
नहीं, उसी के लिए आई थिंक आज लोग मिल रहे हैं। थैंक यू संदीप जी। I'll get Karthik to come in at this point and take the conversation forward. It's very interesting because you see the conceptual laying groundwork of the law itself, and the issues around the understanding of the urban phenomenons, which is part of what as academic scholars we sort of trying to narrow down. But when you really look at what's happening at the ground, you see the divergence being so wide that we have this governance and this governmentality, right? and that void is widening at a pace which is unprecedented. And that perspective you get in here. So I'll get Karthik to come in, please.
Okay. Is the mic working?
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to start with a caveat. I worked on the street vending question about 10 years back. I started the work, and then I, continued for about 3 years, and I published one chapter out of it. And then I moved on to other things. So my work is it's a bit dated. Dated in the sense that I haven't been continuing to work on this question in the past 6 or so years. But the chapter is out there. It was published. I called it The Art of Buying Time, and it is published in a book on the Indian Supreme Court, edited by Jerry Rosenberg, Sudhir Krishnaswamy, and Shishir Bail. If anybody wants, I'm happy to share a PDF of the chapter. Now, I was approaching the street vendor question squarely from a socio-legal and legal mobilization lens, right? And from that perspective, what Mr. Verma was alluding to, right, the gap between the law in the books and law in action, is not at all surprising, right? There is always a gap between the law in the books and the law in action, right? So, for socio-legal scholars, the question is, what work is the law doing, right? Just because there is a gap doesn't mean that the law is not doing anything. The Street Vendor Act, right, today, it was passed in 2014. Just because it is not being implemented the way the text of the act would suggest that it ought to be implemented, doesn't mean that it is not doing any work at all, right? It is doing some work. So the question would be, what work is it doing? Now, I asked the same question, not of the Street Vendor Act, because when I started this work, the act was not in place. I was asking this question about judicial pronouncements, right? So, street vendors were going to court, they were filing cases, writ petitions, and there were orders, right? Orders after orders. Anybody who has worked in this area knows that it's not,
Right.
in one case, it's not one order, it's
Right.
a sequence of orders, right? And there are hundreds of cases in a single city. It's countrywide, it's just hard to keep up with the number of orders that are being passed. Now, so I was interested in this question of what work is this process? What does all of this add up to? And so the way I phrased the question was to look at it from the lens of the street vendors, right? Why are they approaching the courts, right? And under what circumstances? Yeah. So actually, the second question should come first. When do they approach the courts? Yeah. And then what do they get out of? Right. So I looked at this question historically. Initially I thought it was a presentist study, but then very quickly the project became historical. So my fieldwork I started in Chennai, and then the project also became comparative because I was constantly comparing with other cities, and so I decided to make it explicitly comparative, and I brought Bombay in. So the chapter is a comparison between Bombay and Madras. Now, let me give you a sense of the kinds of arguments I was responding to, right? So, traditionally, and this is also how street vendor activists would like to present what they're doing, right? Understandably so. This is often seen, street vendors going to court is often valorized in one of two ways. One is to say that this is a response to some change in the legal system, right? So either there's a new legal opportunity. Now that can be because the judiciary is interpreting rights differently. It can be because the judiciary has opened up its doors for a certain kind of petition, right? So the PIL, for instance. It could also be because there are lawyers who are now willing to fight such cases in court, right? So that would be a legal support structure that's come up. So that's one kind of explanation for why street vendors were beginning to go to courts, because there's a change in the legal opportunity structure. Another kind of argument was that street vendors were gaining rights consciousness, that they were suddenly becoming aware that they are rights-bearing citizens, and that is why they're going to courts. And I know that these are popular tropes, right? But I in this chapter I push back against this a little bit. Not because street vendors are not rights-bearing citizens, of course they are, right? But that doesn't explain why they go to courts, or that's what I argue, right? So I'll give you a bit of the history. I'm going to give it in very short summary form. For details, the chapter is published. So I'll start with Bombay, right? Now, organized street vendor politics in Bombay begins in the 1960s. There's no evidence that there was anything happening in the 50s, but in the early 60s, it becomes really organized. And the person who's doing the organizing is a man called George Fernandez. He was organizing many unorganized sectors. He was organizing taxi drivers. He was organizing, also in the organized sector, transport workers, municipal workers, right? A lot of service sector workers, broadly speaking. And very quickly he became a very powerful force in the municipality. And street vendors, this is an argument that John Cross has made elsewhere. Street vendors are a particularly attractive place for organizing for these kinds of trade unionists, because they're a source of manpower, right? Street vendors can, if you want to organize a protest, for instance, right? So George Fernandez would often bring street vendors in for other protests that he would organize, whether it's the municipal workers, the rail workers, right? And street vendors are like a captive source of manpower. So now the thing is that in Bombay, street vendors by the 1960s were very strongly organized under the Bombay Hawkers Union, which is very famous because of the 1984 case. But it was, established by Fernandez. Now, by the 1970s, there's a lot of pushback, and the pushback is coming from the Shiv Sena, right? So, Bombay politics basically becomes this huge conflict between the socialists, right, on one hand, and the Shiv Sena on the other. And the Congress is kind of, I have only a minute left. Okay, I need to. I'm going to.
Chennai.
Yeah. I'm going to take 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Right? Now, so that's how it happens, and by the 1970s, things have come to such a pass that this political coalition that had been working for the hawkers so well in the 1960s is no longer working by the mid-1970s. And so you already have street vendors going to court in the mid-1970s in Bombay. In Madras, the story is very different. Street vendors do not approach the court on their own volition until the 1990s in Madras. The explanation for this is very simple. Populist politics, Professor Chatterji mentioned populism. Populist politics in Madras did not take the form of a conflict between ethnic populism and sort of left populism. There in Madras, left populism was subsumed under ethnic populism, and the Dravidian parties were, they had their systems of patronage, and it was pretty sort of a pretty smooth system, right? Now, in Madras, that system was very stable through the 1980s. It only starts you start seeing cracks emerging in it in the late 1980s after the passing away of MG Ramachandran. And in my evidence, I found very clear sort of connections to that, right? As he starts becoming ill, the bureaucracy becomes stronger. As the bureaucracy becomes stronger, it sort of does what it always does, which is to start these eviction proceedings and such. And it is when that political coalition fails, right, when that political regime that's protecting street vendors, when that starts failing, when it no longer works the way it used to, that's when they go to courts. So my interpretation of this history is that this is not about legal consciousness. And not to say that they don't have legal consciousness. Under George Fernandez also they were talking about street vendor rights in the 1960s as well, right? So it's not to say, and it's not about legal opportunity structures, because they're going to courts in the 1970s when this more expansive reading of the fundamental rights had not happened. Yeah, the PIL was not an option in the 1970s, and yet they were going to court. So I push back against this theory that it's about legal opportunities or that it's about legal consciousness. It's really about political regimes sort of coming apart, right? So the explanation for legal mobilization lies outside the courts. That's one. And just one last point. So then, what is it for? I argue that what legal mobilization really does well, it doesn't guarantee rights. That was not what street vendors were trying to use it for anyway. What they were using it for was to buy time. And I think, that it also, I think, behooves us to take that seriously. That's a legitimate use of the law, right? We want legal mobilization to be for some lofty purpose, but here a class of people who are trying to survive against all the odds. If they're using it to buy time, then so be it.
All right, thank you. Thank
Sorry,
you,
I went
No, that's fine. All right, thank you. Fascinating interventions. So let me just, if in the meantime that the presentation is going up, it's already up. All right, okay. How do you want me to go about it? Just it. Oh, okay. So, see, the way I'd like to sort of dive into this is, there are a bunch of questions which I think we ought to look at, and this is coming in from sides of looking at what the civil society is doing, what the academic community is doing. I do sincerely believe that there is a gulf between the understanding of the law and the implementation. Equally, I find, to a certain proportionate sense, the intellectual community's own engagement in understanding what's really happening is amiss somewhere, and there are structural issues with that. One is of language, clearly, because कई बार भाषा ही समझ में नहीं आती, and by language I mean it's not about what Karthik has very effectively brought in from urban history's context is, for what purpose a particular law or an instrument of law is being used, we need to get a better sense of that, and that only happens when either you go into the archives or you see what's really happening on the ground. So what I would like to bring in is, to start off, is a story. This is from Kolkata during a few years ago, in fact. This is a story of Sahana Bibi. Sahana Bibi, just to very briefly give you an idea, is a 45-year-old woman, resides in the suburban parts of Kolkata. She wakes up around 4 a.m. every morning to buy fresh flowers from Kola Ghat and Rana Ghat for her flower shop in Mulik Ghat Bazaar, one of the busiest flower markets that you can find. In fact, you can take it to the next, just to give a perspective on the image, and I'll walk through the story behind that. Sana has been working in the Mulik Ghat flower market for over 35 years, ever since she was a child, helping her parents procure and sell flowers for temple offerings then. Working an average of 18 hours a day, sometimes Sahana needs to stay overnight for days to sell out her existing stock of flowers. Most of her usual business clientele buy flowers for either decoration purposes or temple offerings. With no formal education, Sahana Bibi is an entrepreneur with great business clarity, explaining in detail about the diversity of flower baskets sold in Mulligat and some of the challenges faced by her, selling flowers in an extremely competitive market space. In spite of a high demand for flower products in the market area, she is often puzzled by how little the state and its own agencies have done for the area in improving the market conditions for business and attracting more people to the area. I'm just paraphrasing it, but when you talk to Sana, she's talking about what she can receive as assistance in improving her business. So she's seeing pretty much as herself as an entrepreneur, much like what anybody else who's engaging in a business transaction sees herself or himself to be. Especially tourists visiting Kolkata, for whom a view of the largest flower market at the Ghats of Hooghly offers some pristine shades and historical memories. As an entrepreneur, Sahana's longer term vision is to see an increase in her profit margins beyond a thin seasonal profit margin of 6 to 10%. उन्होंने बताया है कि इतने प्रतिशत profit margin मेरा होता है over the average costs incurred in procuring, transporting and packaging decoration flowers. To realize this goal, she is keen in receiving more capital via loan, the small term credit, in setting up a separate shop with access to internet, and that get some training through private or public agencies on utilizing technological support to have a digital presentation. So you get a little bit of context now what happens. Now, what you structurally see are dualities in the way we look at some of these questions at large. We were engaged in a project as part of the center to try to get a sense whether, without looking at this formal, informal space, what is that a community of people engaged in business transactions and businesses of their own are looking for. Everybody has different needs and shape. In some cases, they have a certain amount of space secured. In some cases, they don't. So the fight for quote unquote survival and subsistence is different, subjectively, relatively speaking, for every particular group. It's very difficult to formally approach this as a way that this is what the challenge is. Now, with no state support, poor conditions of storage and warehousing in the bazaar area, many flower traders like Sahana pay rupees 5,000 as a monthly cost of maintenance to local municipality. And in many cases, the structure of the 5 Ps, which is quite often used in management language, price, product, position, profitability, and protection, are matters of great clarity. If you look at that perspective for understanding issues of street vendors, this is managerial economics working outside the spectrum of organized, formal, quote unquote trade, which is integral to the way we understand Indian urban market landscapes. I'm not saying that you see it as a way to sort of integrate the urban with the urban, that the argument that Ananya Roy makes quite succinctly, and that's there. Now, in terms of, you can just take to the research vertical slide. There are 4 key research verticals that we're looking at as a center, as a group, which includes students, and I would suggest that CCS and others who are in this space, I think, get involved. The kind of work we're trying to do, this is not restricted per se to street vendors, but a lot of the work started from street vending. My own interest was on anthropology of markets, market spaces, how markets evolve and how they change. So the first thing I feel as a research vertical, we need to get a better sense from the perspective of socio-legal or socio-political or socio-economic understanding, is understanding the dualities that exist in the nature form of work and how these intersect with the work and livelihood choices of individuals who are involved. I think we have a fundamentally established misunderstanding of what dualities are seen. We are often talking in languages of formal, informal, beyond what is actually happening when you look at the functioning of a day-to-day market. It is very much, it's more complex, not complicated, but complex and entwined. The second thing is narrativizing stories is key. संदीप जी ने जो बताया कि अगर इविक्शन की स्टोरी आप जाके एक एक इविक्शन को स्टडी करेंगे, you will understand that the stories of each of the persons involved use the law, the instrument of law, for a different purpose. Some are using it for buying time, but some are actually living at that location and also getting access to their basic amenities. Their kids are there. And look at women in the gender perspective, when you see that everybody is using that Street Vendors Act for a different alternative purpose, and that's very important. The third is the agency consciousness. More than the rights-based consciousness, the agency-based consciousness of law itself is very important. In a land where bulldozers are being used as part of a tool of governance to evict at ad hoc and adjunct basis, agency-based consciousness will be not considered. You cannot even talk about rights. Rights is a farther step away. And I think somewhere we need to get a sense when we are even looking at the process of law, its legislative process and also its implementation process, where we bring agencies in both self and collective decision making. And the final point, which I think from the perspective of the group, we can maybe have a larger dialogue as the sessions progress, is intersecting or intersectionally looking at linkages of work, which is the nature of work, with questions of accessibility. We had a whole study done for states across India where access inequality or access equality measurement happened across 5 different pillars. And one of the ideas for doing that was to get a sense where intrastate and interstate dynamics are so varied. This is pointed out by Dr. Chatterji's presentation, the intervention he made, that when you look at urban-based growth engines, the scenario of Bangalore or Delhi, even Delhi, there are so many variations. You are in Aine, or you are in Connaught Place, or you're in Mayur Vihar, or you're going Kapashera. The perspective is very different. So just with a couple of images to give you a perspective about how we are using tools of different kind, just before I close, is the use of visual anthropological tools to bring perspectives out. Video essays, photo essays, deep dive-ins. As academics, our trust of using text, as important as that is, does not really help provide a lot of agency to the voices of the respondents we're engaging in. And many vendors, I'll be very honest, now don't want to talk to many academic communities when they're going for surveys. आप लोग कुछ सर्विस कर रहे होंगे खुद ही एज स्टूडेंट्स, इतना आसान नहीं है बिकॉज कहते हैं आप आते हो सवाल पूछ लो तो मेरा बिजनेस का टाइम है अभी. So you have to devise a way where you have to go and talk. Why should anybody talk to you till their voice is not seen and it's not out? So our effort has been that advocacy as a tool or mechanism has to be embedded and entrenched in a way of understanding and also seeing. Your way of seeing and understanding has to bring that element of advocacy and understanding what really that group is facing and experiencing. All right. So a lot of the work that has happened so far has looked at from domestic workers, daily wage workers, construction workers. We have even looked at riot affected minority groups in Northeast Delhi, which got me into a lot of trouble. But that was at a time that I was not sure that a lot of testimonies were not taken of communities that were affected. But the tool of using audiovisual anthropological techniques is a powerful one, what I'm trying to communicate. So as you go forward in looking at some of the research questions that we have highlighted, I hope that this is a way we start thinking about advocacy as embedded, entrenched way of understanding, more from an academic perspective and an application. Thank you. With that, we'll pause. I'll want to, thank you. Yeah. So one of the things that might be good for us to sort of now do is open this up for conversation and invite any thoughts, questions, unless somebody has any sort of burning question or comment on any one presentation. Yes, Sandeep, please.
No, बस उन्हीं चीज़ों में थोड़ा एक एड ऑन था, लाइक कि मेरी समझ में नहीं, क्योंकि यहाँ पे मैं ये बात रखना चाह रहा हूँ, आप जैसे लोग हैं इतने सारे ऐसे, और आपने जो अभी चीज़ें रखी सारी, सर ने जो कहा सारा, मेरी समझ में एक सवाल नहीं आता है, ये मैं हर किसी से पूछ चुका हूँ कि लाइक क्यों है ऐसा, वो आप शायद इस पे ज़्यादा रोशनी डाल सकें कि ऐसा क्यों है, मतलब ऐसी कौन सी परेशानी आ रही है एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी करने में। और ख़ास तौर पे मैं गवर्नमेंट में ज़्यादा बात नहीं करूँगा, उनका एक वोट बैंक होता है, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं चीज़ों पे आ जाते हैं और वो उस तरीके का एक प्रोजेक्शन तो रख ही देते हैं कि वी आर इन फेवर विद यू। लाइक अभी हमारे पास पीएम स्वनिधि योजना चल रहा है, तो भारत सरकार का एक बहुत बढ़िया ये है और वो इसी तरीके से प्रोजेक्ट भी किया जा रहा है। एंड यू विल बी शॉक कि भारत सरकार ने गाइडलाइन जारी किया कि जितने लोगों को भी ये पीएम स्वनिधि योजना के अंदर कवर कर लिया गया, लेटर ऑफ रिकमेंडेशन इशू कर दिया गया, उनकी सभी की लिस्ट म्यूनसिपल कॉरपोरेशन में और पुलिस स्टेशन में जमा कर दी जानी है, जो उनके रेलेवेंट जो हैं, और उनमें से किसी भी वेंडर को आप परेशान नहीं कर सकते, सो दैट आप उनको एविट कर देंगे तो अपना लोन कैसे रीपे करेंगे, काइंड ऑफ इतना सारा कुछ है। लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी ये चीज़ें हो रही है, तो आखिर ये एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी क्यों नहीं है हमारे एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में कि, और हम इकोनॉमिकल ये पे भी बात कर रहे हैं अगर, तो एक सिंपल सा चीज़ है कि मुझे नहीं लगता ये जो कैलकुलेशन है इनफॉर्मल इकोनॉमी, हम पता नहीं, मैं शायद ज़्यादा जुड़ा हूँ तो इसलिए ऐसा बोल रहा हूँ, आप ज़्यादा कैलकुलेट कर सकते हैं कि मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो इंडियन इकोनॉमी है, जो भारत का जो एक सिस्टम है, उसमें स्ट्रीट वेंडर शायद बहुत बड़ा एक पार्ट है। वो सिर्फ अपना रोजगार नहीं कर रहा है, वो सिर्फ अपने खुद के लाइवलीहुड को नहीं लेकर के चल रहा है, वो सारे स्मॉल स्केल इंडस्ट्रीज, कॉटेज इंडस्ट्रीज को सरवाइव करा रहा है। उनके जितने भी लेबर्स हैं उन सब का सर्वाइवल इसी मार्केट के ऊपर है, उनके प्रोडक्ट्स नहीं बिकते मॉल्स पे। जो हमारे किसान हैं उनका बहुत बड़ा सर्वाइवल मैकेनिज्म ये स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स हैं। इन सब के बियॉन्ड जो लेबर क्लास है हमारा, जो लाइक जिसकी बहुत, जो हम अर्बन पुअर्स की बात करें, पोस्ट जो उस पे, तो उनका पूरा सर्वाइवल, और उनको छोड़िए, हम यहाँ काफ़ी सारे स्टूडेंट्स बैठे हैं, हम आप भी कभी स्टूडेंट्स हैं, तो दिल्ली एक बहुत बड़ा हब है, स्टूडेंट्स आते हैं यहाँ पे पढ़ने के लिए। इज़ इट पॉसिबल अच्छे रिच फैमिली के यहाँ से भी कि वो बच्चे आए तो उसके मम्मी पापा एक कप चाय के लिए 250 और कॉफ़ी के लिए वो 250 और 300 पे रेस्टोरेंट का खाना अफोर्ड कर सकें? अगर ये स्ट्रीट वेंडर, ये जॉइंट्स नहीं होंगे तो क्या हमारे लिए पढ़ाई करना, ये सब करना, ये सर्वाइवल पॉसिबल होगा? ये सब देखने के बावजूद भी ये एक्सेप्टेबिलिटी क्यों नहीं है कि, और फिर अब एक और भी चीज़ जो इनकी परेशानियां हैं कि वो स्वच्छता वाली बात, सुंदर दिखने वाली बात, अभी जो दिल्ली की स्कीम है उसमें इतने अच्छे प्रावधान दिए गए हैं, उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करने में क्या प्रॉब्लम है? वहाँ पे कियोस्क देने की बात की जा रही है, 1.5 लाख रुपए की कॉस्टिंग की सोलर इक्विप्ड कियोस्क देने की बात है, तो आप बना दो ना ब्यूटीफाई, किसने मना किया?
तो उसमें देखिए संदीप जी, मैं बिफोर, बिकॉज देयर कपल ऑफ क्वेश्चंस इन दिस एज वेल, I think there are three main points which I think Dr. Chatterji already highlighted, and just very quickly want to mention. There is a, I'll be very honest on how, what, there is a centralization of power which is taking place in the administrative functioning, where the agency जो government level पे भी है वो बहुत limited है. If you really talk to the state level, states have their own power, but fiscally they are lacking mechanisms right now to support. गवर्नमेंट के पास उतना पैसा ही नहीं है कि जहां अगर उनको इम्प्लीमेंट करना है, मैं पैसा बात कर नहीं कर रहा हूँ कि पैसा वैसा नहीं है, बट द वे यू विल हेयर फ्रॉम द नैरेटिव कि अभी वी आर सॉर्ट ऑफ स्ट्रगलिंग विद दिस सॉर्ट ऑफ थिंग। द थर्ड इज द एजेंसी आर्ग्यूमेंट विच आई वाज मेकिंग। Street vendors are engaged in supporting and habitating the core of the Indian economy. Let me put it this way.
Yes.
And that's the point we were all sort of somewhere trying to get at. If you look at MSMEs, they're struggling from 2016. Street vending activities have increased because of high unemployment.
Yes.
Precisely in the pandemic, everybody went back and started businesses. And in UP, I've seen everywhere, not even in urban areas. आप semi urban rural areas में जाएं, वो वहाँ काम बढ़ गया है, स्ट्रीट वेंडिंग ही ज़्यादातर हुआ। There is clearly a case of an economic argument being made that it is much more entwined than we would understand. So there's a lot to, I think, see in that. I'll just get, because ma'am, you had a question, please.
I am neither an academic nor a lawyer, so but I have been working with the street vendor movement and movements of informal workers for nearly 2 decades now. I want to make a comment, 2 comments. First is that, you know, we cannot, and it was implicit in much of what you people said, was that this conceptualization of a city and how that is conceptualized is a very important point in, you know, a spatiality of vending. And we did mention Ananya Roy and others who've been talking about a southern urbanism, but I think that strand of academic articulation needs to be strengthened vis-a-vis the realities of where we are, our realities, our cities. So that's point number one, and that should be stated as a broader context in which we are staying. But besides that, and Mr. Karthik also mentioned the electoral politics, etc. I think what Sandeep has been trying to say is the question, the larger question of vendor movement. How did this law come about? And with the kind of features it has. Town Vending Committee, which is a democratic, elected, representative town vending committee, putting the vendors at the table almost, which is what, you know, all advocacy. How did it come about? And then once this kind of conceptualization of a law, a legal space, a legal instrument, which was led by the vendors movement also, why are we facing these challenges? So many of the challenges have been stated, but the challenges also need to be, and this is addressed to Sandeep ji, needs to be जो challenge implementation का है वो हमारे vendor movement की नज़रिए से भी देखना होगा, क्योंकि हमारा जो movement है vendor movement उसको भी बदलना होगा ये एक नए role के लिए. So when you are in town vending committee, what is the role of a town vendor and what is the challenges he faces in a sort of a very elite English speaking technocratic space. So I think we need to put the role of vendor movement, vendor groups, of vendor organizations very much on the table, along with various other things that we have done.
Thank you. I think the couple of dialogues scheduled after this will sort of pivot the conversation a lot around that. So I think the conceptual question of looking at understanding the issue and also understanding the challenges faced by groups in the current socio-political interface is vital, and I think the first session was largely looking at some of those questions. Please, I think there was sorry, somebody had a question. Please go ahead.
So my name is Ankita. Right now I am in NIPA NCRT campus in research wing, but I have worked on slum, the urban renewal process of slum. So I want to add on to one thing, as Sandeep sir was saying about why in beautification of everything the street vendors are the one to remove or displace. I feel same for the slum, during the visit of the Gujarat, they are making buildings and all of these things, and most of the vendors are living in these slums only. So these processes are very interconnected. And my question is from anyone who can answer, what sort of differentiation you can see while having the agency? When I was working, I saw that slums in Mumbai have more agencies and have more, they know more about their rights, the people of slums, than slums in Noida, or we can say in Delhi, because I can see anything the administration is putting on, that they have to have this kind of amount for having for relocation from their land to another place, and giving them a very I have no words to say that, very bad deal, 1 BHK flat with very substandard quality of materials and everything, while we can see that in Mumbai, that Dharavi. So there people have more of awareness about their land, how much money that land have. So say similarly in street vendors, what you can see in North India, like in UP and Bihar, like they have these kind of agencies or not than in Kolkata and Maharashtra.
Okay, fair enough.
Yes.
Any, so I'll give a little time for all speakers to have reflections towards the end, and we'll start with Dr. Chatterji, Karthik. Any question? Yeah, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Abhinav and I'm representing the Catalyst Group, and we are upfront who've been working with the well-being for workforce almost 20 years now. And NHF Sandeep is being one of our key partners. We've been working with a couple of government agencies. So my question is like basically when you look at the whole practice, there is somewhere or the other the gender disparity, which is one of a very important thing, because always if you ask anyone in the room, I supposedly, it is always said that the vending is something meant for men. They always treat like that. Might be the context and the things might be changing, but still how the practice can be looked upon from the gender part, point number one. Secondly, when we talk about the agency building, because when I look at the agency building itself is a very huge topic itself. From the institutional lens and from the individual lens. Individual itself is one of the agency when it becomes with a group. So the TVC members, or let's say, because according to the 2014 law, the TVC, one of the town vending committee, one of the important part of the overall law, the TVC member itself are not built upon their agency, their whole rights, their awareness, their capacity building is not that marked that they can come up for the proper implementation of the law itself. So right now I feel that there is some sort of a problem with the capacity building of these people itself, the elected member, at the same time the street vendors, from different ways, which therefore contributing to the unsuccessful implementation of the law itself on the very first place. So these are the 2 points.
Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, please. We'll just get one final. Yeah.
Right. My name is Priyam Tiwari. I'm a law student. I've not worked in this dynamic much, but first of all, I have a comment to make to Mr. Verma's question. I think inherently everybody is against the vendors, as you said, right? So I think it is because of the inherent elitism in the bureaucracy, which has been there from like the British regime to now. It has subsided quite a bit. I won't say that it is not subsided, but then again, the elitism still persists. Now, my question is to primarily to Dr. Chatterji and Mr. Verma, that as most of the conversation is here stemming around that there is a lot of lobbying and a lot of informal politics. So, I am not exactly getting what are the repercussions of it. So, is there any particular thing which is getting to it? Like, if there is lobbying, nobody is actually hearing the vendors. So, now at least they have someone who can raise their voices at a significant level. So now what are the impacts which are derogatory to the vendors itself from this informal politics? That would be my question. Thank you.
I'll start off with that. You respond and just maybe exactly a minute each for everyone.
Okay, I'll be within a minute. Okay, thanks a lot. So I think, from different angles, we are getting questions and which are kind of, if I try to abstract it, coming to some of the core areas. One thing is that, I will go to the question of Shaktiman Ghosh and the Operation Sunshine that happened in Calcutta, which is a very well-known case. The point here is that a particular charismatic political leader who was at the forefront of opposing the evictions carried out by the governing regime at that point of time. Then after the change of the government, so when a new political alignment came into force, they have also not implemented the town vending committee. Right. So even though when they were in the opposition, they were at the forefront of fighting the rights of the street vendors and going into an agitational mode over it. but when their turn came to govern, then there is a marked reluctance to institutionalize the instrumentalities of power that is bestowed through the town vending committee. I was having a conversation with Shaktiman Ghosh about 3 years back, I mean just before the COVID hit. So he was telling me that now the hawkers themselves are fighting for the TVCs to be implemented in Calcutta. Even though there is a very high level of agency there amongst the hawkers, particularly in South Calcutta, the area from where I come from, but even though the party in power says there would not be any eviction, nothing, but the party wants, or the leader wants to be seen as a sole protector. And I mean, there is a marked reluctance to institutionalize the modalities of town vending committee, which would draw away from the patronage network. Now, here it comes to the question, I mean, that Dr. Karthik was mentioning about George Fernandez, the difference between how the George Fernandez politics in Mumbai was derailed by Shiv Sena and mobilization along the communal dimension. But this same thing did not happen in Chennai, where the local politics subsumed the communal divide and incorporated the socialist dimensions. Something like that has also happened in Calcutta, in the post-left regime, where the left voice has got subsumed within the TMC, but at the same time there is a reluctance to give it an institutional shape and keep it at a fluid status so that it benefits. The fluid status, as long as it is a fluid, you can interpret it in a different manner. So there is a they do not want to institutionalize it. And just one small minute. My another city is Bhubaneswar. Bhubaneswar also recently had some issues while implementing the area-based development of the smart cities program. There were some issues related to relocation of the street vendors, because the railway station area, which is a part of the area-based development and the beautification point that Mr. Verma was raising. Now they resolved this issue in a comparatively better manner. They relocated the slum dwellers, not slum dwellers, I mean the street vendors, and provided them with kiosks and provided them with uniforms, etc. But the point is, the space constraint in different cities also work differently. In Bhubaneswar is not that much of a space crunched, or Delhi is not that much of a space crunched city as Bombay or Calcutta, where I mean 150 meters or 100 meters would be huge in Calcutta context, but that is not so in the case of Bhubaneswar or Delhi. So the local dynamics is very different.
Okay, Karthik, please take the final.
I'm going to, just like Professor Chatterjee, I also want to abstract a little bit, right? So, I mean, there's this sense of an impasse that we've struggled. I mean, this is a struggle that's been going on for now really 40 years. Even if we date it from the time when street vendors, really started raising the question of law. And you have on the books you see progress, and yet in action you see the same dynamic repeating. Correct? I mean, for me, this is the one hypothesis is that this is a situation where too many parties are playing status quoist politics. On one hand, the regime in power, and it really doesn't matter which party it is, right, wants to retain the old arrangements. They don't want it to change. On the other hand, street vendors are also afraid of change for very legitimate reasons, because change often means dispossession, right? But that also sort of becomes a hindrance to progress. And to me, like one connection I want to make here with what Dipanshu said, right? I mean, it was very interesting that the flower vendor in Calcutta, her ambition is to not remain a street vendor, right? For street vendors, social mobility means not remaining a street vendor. And the issue of duality is here, right? I mean, think about all the barriers there, right? I mean, taxation, I mean, the moment they become like they have a formal address, they become visible to whoever is collecting GST. They become, I mean, this is in addition to having to pay rent. I mean, we need to create systems where there's more fluidity, right? I mean, I think at present, and part of the reason I think that we don't have that is because there's this like a generalized lack of trust, which my assessment is that it's because too many parties, as I said, are playing a politics of status quo. And I don't have any like ideas about how that will change, but that seems to be where we are stuck.
Yeah. संदीप जी,
मैं बहुत क्विकली मैम, जैसे आपने बोला मूवमेंट में चेंजेस, तो उस तरह की चीज़ों पे हमने काम करना ऑलरेडी शुरू कर दिया ताकि हम उनको अवेयर कर सकें उनकी भाषा में और सारा कुछ. आपने जो बोला स्लम डेवलपर्स और स्ट्रीट वेंडर्स, कोई डिफरेंसेस नहीं है, उनके साथ भी उतनी ही बर्बरता के साथ काम किया जा रहा है. और यहाँ तक कि ये जो दिल्ली का मास्टर प्लान है, उन्होंने तो स्लम्स का एरियाज ही वैनिश कर दिया था. हमारे स्ट्रीट वेंडर का जो 2.5% रिजर्व स्पेस है, उसके लिए हमें कोर्ट जाना पड़ा और 15,000 एप्लीकेशन में से सिर्फ 4 लोगों को उन्होंने सुना और अभी तक भी उसमें चेंजेस नहीं लाए हैं. तो वो पथेटिक है, अभी उस पर तो बात ही नहीं कर सकते. और वैसे ही है जो आपने बोला वो कॉस्टिंग वाली बात, तो यहाँ पर भी यही बहुत बड़ा प्रॉब्लम है कि जहाँ जो एरियाज़ उस तरीके के हाई ये वाले एरियाज़ हैं, वहीं पे सबसे ज़्यादा परेशानी है. बाकी वही कीमत वाली ही बात है, सेम है, कोई डिफरेंसेस नहीं है उसमें. आप सर जो कह रहे थे कि लाइक वही की प्रॉब्लम है, और अभिनव सर ने भी कभी उसी पे बोला कि जो टीवीसीज वगैरह जो अथॉरिटी है जिसको ये सब दिया गया है, टीवीसी एक्चुअल में जो एक्ट कहता है, जिस तरीके से हमने स्कीम्स में डिफाइन किया, हमने थैंकफुली दिल्ली की स्कीम को अच्छा बनाने में हमने काफ़ी, और गुजरात बहुत अच्छी स्कीम्स है. तो टीवीसीज को जो राइट्स हैं वो बिल्कुल छीन लिए गए हैं, उनको राइट्स के नाम पर कुछ भी नहीं है. यहाँ तक कि टीवीसी के मेंबर्स को सुनना, लाइक जब मीटिंग्स होती है ना, आई एम द पार्ट ऑफ सो मेनी टीवीसी मेंबर्स, सिमरन सीसीएस आल्सो पार्ट ऑफ सो मेनी टीवीसी मेंबर्स. तो आप देखेंगे हमें वहाँ कहने के लिए भी लड़ाई करनी पड़ती है. और अगर हमने कहीं पर उनको एक्ट और रूल्स और स्कीम्स के गाइडलाइंस के ऊपर में उनसे क्रॉस क्वेश्चन कर लिया जो बियॉन्ड द वे जा रहा है, तो वो एब्रप्टली मीटिंग छोड़ के चले जाते हैं और बिल्कुल वो वो अपना एजेंडा सेट करके आते हैं और उन्हें अपना ही डिसीजन फाइनल ये करना पड़ता है. मिनट्स ऑफ मीटिंग 3-3 महीने के बाद आती है, कई लेटर्स देने के बाद मिनट्स ऑफ मीटिंग का है. और मिनट्स ऑफ मीटिंग में आपने जो बातें रखी है या किसी वेंडर ने अगर कोई बात रखी अपने तरीके से रख रहा है, वो कुछ भी कर रहा है, वो सिरे से बदल दी जाती है या बिल्कुल हटा दी जाती है. तो हमें उसके लिए भी लीगल प्रोसेस में जाना पड़ रहा है, हमें लीगल नोटिसेस भेजने पड़ रहे हैं कि हमने ये आपको कहा था और आपने अपने मिनट्स में ये मेंशन ही नहीं किया. तो वो जो टीवीसी का जो है वो बिल्कुल, और
थोड़ा सा,
हाँ बस 10 सेकेंड और कि लाइक, तो इसके लिए हमने भारत सरकार को बाकायदा रिटर्न में और कई मीटिंग्स में ये एप्लीकेशन किया है कि आप इनके लाइक ट्रेनिंग का या इनको सेंसिटाइज करने का, इसके ऊपर ट्रेनिंग मॉड्यूल्स के ऊपर तुरंत काम करें, जिन पे आश्वासन तो मिला है कि वो अथॉरिटीज़ के लिए और टीवीसीज़ के लिए बाकायदा जो टीवीसी इलेक्टेड टीवीसी जहाँ कहीं भी टीवीसी फॉर्म हुए तो उनके लिए एक ट्रेनिंग का ऑर्गेनाइज करेंगे. कोशिश हो रही है.
I'll just end from this. The point on gender and elitism should be centered to the conversation that goes from here. That's my sense. We worked in Cambodia, Southeast Asia, Northeast of India, जहाँ भी the voice of women is relatively strong, it's a very different outlook. Kolkata is a very interesting space. That's why the story of Sahana Bibi was brought out, because I saw it was an all male sort of panel. So when you look at the dynamics of women and their perspective, मुलिक घाट में आपने देखा होगा बहुत लोग हैं, thousands and thousands of people, but it's a very different landscape. The question of elitism is entrenched in the way the administrative structure has worked. It's not just a colonial heritage. If you start as a student somewhere, traveling and change your way of seeing and understanding, a lot will change. I think that's an effort all I think are trying to make. CCS is doing a Jivika, I think, is a very great sort of initiative allowing people to get involved. So I just, with that hope and request and appeal, will take the conversation forward, and thank you again, organizers, for doing this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll take a short 5-minute break and then we'll convene for the second session. Dr. Riju Ray. Dr. Ray is a professor at Jindal School of Journalism and Communications. She has a PhD in history from Queen's University in Canada and has previously taught at the University of Toronto and Queen's University in Canada itself. She is a two-time Global Academy Scholar at the Institute of Global Law and Policy at the Harvard Law School, and she held a postdoctoral position at the University of Western Ontario between 2015 and 17. Here she examined legislations and regulatory frameworks around women's labor and informal work sites, including the homes and the streets in contemporary urban India. So Dr. Ray, thank you so much for joining us today. Next we have Dr. Kulwinder Kaur. Dr. Kaur is a professor at the Department of Sociology in Jamia Millia Islamia University. She completed her PhD at the Center for Study of Social Systems from JNU in 2001. She was a visiting fellow on postdoctoral fellowship at the Harvard University from 14 to 15 and a visiting scholar at SOAS in London. Her publications have extensively covered themes of urban public space, urban segregation, and violence and identity conflict with respect to gender, tribes, and religious minorities. Dr. Kaur, thank you so much for joining us today. Next, of course, we have Ms. Shalini Sinha. Ms. Sinha leads the Focal City Delhi team at the Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing, WIGO. She works and writes on issues of informal workers, urban planning, and home-based workers, especially domestic workers in Delhi. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. And last, we have Dr. Ajay Kumar Gautam, who will also be the moderator for today. Dr. Gautam is a postdoctoral fellow at the Indian Institute of Human Settlements in the School of Human Development. He has worked on both India and Nepal. His research interests lie at the intersection of urban and socio-spatial development and urban informality and inequality. Thank you so much, sir. I would request all the speakers to please join us on the dais, and Mr. Gautam, then you can start with the session.
So, to start with, the 3 points that we have taken from the last session, it was, and the questions, to be very honest, it was social mobility, and there was one question which was there about elitism and the gender. So it's good. We need to know that this, even the vending business is a very male-dominated business. But I'm happy that I have 3 women at the panel, and they'll be sharing their mind, their research. I'll start with a very short story. I'm not going to go with the kind of research that I have done. I want to share my own experience as a child vendor. It's a very short story. Please bear me. I hope you like it. And it'll tell you, because there was an important question about the social mobility, how the child vendor has become the scholar. It is open to the interpretation. You can interpret it in whatsoever way. And we have also seen most of the research. It's literally based in Delhi, Kolkata, Mumbai, Bangalore. No one is talking about what is happening at the peripheries of these metropolitan cities and the mega cities. So this story, the title that I've named is The Child Vendor. It's a short story. My panelists will get enough time to share their mind, so don't worry, I'll just take 5 minutes. And it will be, and we can, the focus of this story is about the woman, is about the child, it's about the political scenario, which we, like last session we have discussed. And since it's my own lived experience, so I'll be focusing less on myself rather than on the woman's state, the plight of women, how families becomes vendors, and why and how they come out of this vending business. It's not literally a very good business that families can be into, right? They want to move out. So title of this story is The Child Vendor. I'm not the only one. There was many. There are many. So I want to start this story with a quotation with American memoirist Maya Angelou, which says, There is no greater agony than bearing the untold story inside you. And someone recently asked me what has been the memorable part of my life. I said, my childhood, which I never lived, never cherished. Please, when you are listening to this story, don't think that this is my story. Try to think that there are so many child vendors are still struggling there in the cities or even the rural part of the India. Yes, that's true. I ironically have no pristine glimpses of my childhood, like my other friends often say. But why it is so? I was born into a rural, landless, most destitute household in the Ghaziabad district of Uttar Pradesh. It is just 15 to 16 kilometers away from this place where we are sitting today and the Indian Parliament on the border of Delhi and Ghaziabad. Though my parents were illiterate, they had never been to school, not even seen, they have never entered into school. But they were the most hardworking couple in the neighborhood, sweating day and night to come out of that misery, agony, deprivation, as they had the entrepreneurship knack and hack. They wanted to change their life. They wanted to do something better. They wanted to come out of the misery. My father was a physically strong man, multi-talented man, but alcoholic, who later died of cancer when I was just 15. My mother, as a powerful working woman, is still roaring fiercely, strongly, and independently. As it happens in any impoverished and indignant families, supporting a family becomes part and parcel of life, as each and every member of the family needs to be engaged in some sort of work to earn bread and butter for the survival of whole family. Throughout my childhood, I helped my parents in selling vegetables, tea, soup, spices and other goods in weekly and daily markets of Delhi NCR, primarily in Ghaziabad and Noida. I even pulled a rickshaw full of goods every day from the age of 10, helping my mother buying vegetables in a Sahibabad mandi to sell on her stall in the evening. It was a time of 90s. I was born in 89. It was a time of 90s when NCR region and the peripheries of Delhi is starting to seeing the infrastructure development under the urbanization process, which gave opportunities to many erstwhile agricultural and the daily wage laborers like us in the surroundings to jump into the small entrepreneurships, and vending was the first choice for many to face the challenges of urbanization, urbanities and urbanism, and also using the urbanization as a socio-economic development, which stands true for my family too, who started with the wood and kerosene oil, colloquially we call it matti ka tel, kerosene oil vendors to cater to the need of migrated laborers, which started to move from Bihar and eastern part of Uttar Pradesh, and also from Bengal and Odisha to work in big infrastructure development in the peripheries of Delhi, namely Indrapuram, Vaishali, Vashundhara, and various other sectors in the Noida. I remember when I was 10, helping my father selling liquor illegally as a side business. He was a vendor, but he was also selling liquor illegally. Like any woman, my mother was always against my father when he ventured into liquor occupation, as it was illegal, risky, and socially unacceptable. But my father didn't listen to her, as he ventured into many informal occupations, but he never earned as much money as he started earning while venturing into this side liquor business. It was clear that he was in haste to change his economic location, if not the social one. Before that, we used to lose, in the previous session, so many times you might have heard about eviction and eviction and eviction. We used to lose all our profit due to sometimes sudden rains, evictions and demolitions, when sometimes some politicians are coming and sometimes some newly migrated elite bourgeois complains about us that we are nuisance and the encroachers in the city. I used to hear all the vendors that time used to speak in English and used to say, "Inke baat ka seh rahe." Anyway, once police caught me while selling alcohol to the client. It was seriously very frightening experience for me as a child, and I even peed in my pants. When a constable held my hand and I was there in the police station for 20 hours. They put my father behind the bars for 2 days. Of course, he deserved that. He deserved, undoubtedly. Well, we as a family knew this will happen one day, and we paid much more price as a bribe than my father earned from this risky side business. Whatever he had earned during this phase, he had to pay as a bribe. But hold on. Later, he became the market pradhan, which Prasant had mentioned in his opening remark. He became the market pradhan as he developed good connections with the police. But it is more than the police connections. It was the caste match with the police SHOs and the COs, also the constables. It was the the time of political upheavals, which other so-called upper caste scholars and academicians say. In the Uttar Pradesh, which Jeffrolet says blue revolution, and it was the time and the first time Bahujans, SC, STs and OBC were given prominent position in city police stations. So that's why I'm saying it's a caste match. Who control the prime positions in the city's police stations can tell much about who control the informal power positions in these unorganized informal economies. But later, he recourse to, or he has to hide his caste. Once this blue revolution went or dumped it down, he had to hide his caste. Now because I heard that, he was like, I'm so-called upper caste, because now upper caste people were there in the police stations. He hid it, and I was there. I've witnessed that. To maintain the power of Pradhan in the markets. Here I found that Ambedkar hypothesis seems to fail, as city can end the caste order. As cities like village are also the sink of localism, a den of ignorance, narrow-mindedness and communalism, which we have seen in Delhi. There have been riots recently, which even I find valid today. Coming from such background, I have seen and faced gruesome violence daily in market, also in household, and outside the market, owing its roots in politics, patriarchy, machoism, casteism, voyeurism, classism, and sometimes even emerge from the theological structure of the Indian society. As a 10-year boy, I remember and noticed some man used to see my mother with perverted eyes. Even some used to touch her back in the crowd, and how she sometimes fighting back and many times just ignoring, as it's just a daily occurrence. I could see the helplessness many times. Of course, she was not the only one facing such harassments, and less of a victim, as she is the local woman. She was from Ghaziabad. She was a local woman. But there were many migrated women who were more vulnerable than her, as she once told me. And later I realized that even in the poverty, there is an impoverishment within the poverty emerging from the gender and the caste web in the society. No matter what, is the last para, very important one. I don't want to you feel very bad about it. The magic also happens in the market. As a young 13-year-old boy, I had also experienced my first romantic love attraction for someone from a neighboring village who used to come to the market only to say hi, sharing smiles, exchanging letters. I used to feel fullest just to see her amidst this old drudgery. So this is a short story. I hope it will give some sense of the casteism, elitism and the mobility. Now we know from our previous session that street vendors constitute one of the most significant and the deprived segment of the country's informal and unorganized sector. Among vendors, the condition of Dalit, women, and the child vendors is most horrific, depressed, and necessitous. Other than being the source of self-employment for poor, vending is also very vital to provide convenient and affordable service to the urban populace. But it is ironic that current laws, schemes, and policies are awfully sympathetic, unsympathetic, hostile, and unreceptive towards the actual ordeals and suffering of this section of urban population. So this session, my co-panelists will try to explore and expose the vulnerability and the marginalization of vendors under the faulty urban governance and development practices by tracking their lives, pains, and the plights as vendors in tension with laws and state apparatus, with the broader question in the mind: who owns the city? So I'm done from my side. I'll request Ms. Shalini to share her mind, because she has worked on the informalities in the cities, and her work is basically, as far as I remember, it's more focused in the domestic workers. But here I would like to hear your mind about the lives of the street vendor, what you see in Delhi.
Thank you. Yes, I worked with all sectors of informal sector, including street vendors and domestic workers for several years. I am going to talk about a case study which is around the master planning process in Delhi, where we have been involved, and I'm going to approach it from the demands of the street vendors. And also the issue of street vendors, I will be approaching it from a spatial angle, the spatiality of vending. Next please. I belong to this organization. It's called WIGO, Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing. We are a global action network. We primarily work with 4 sectors, which is street vendors, of course, but also domestic workers, home-based workers, and waste pickers. We are also a network of networks. We promote worker organizing by forming networks at the regional and at the international network. And for street vendors, we work with an international network called StreetNet, which has affiliates all over the country. So my second, all over the world. So my second approach to the issue is also from movement building and building voice. From the grassroots up, and including it in policy and master planning processes. So those are the 2 ways in which I will be approaching the issue. Just to share with you that last week we were also awarded at the World Economic Forum as the Social Innovator of the Year. WIGO was awarded. So a moment of great pride for us, because it recognized not WIGO but the communities and the organizing and the networks that we promote and work with, and that is what the award will be dedicated to. The other question is about informality. So I am going to look at informality from the perspective of informality of work, not informality of habitat. I am well aware of the connect between the two. Informal workers do live in informal habitat, and their constraints are very specific to both to habitat and to work. But my approach is, that is not to say that there is no connect, that is not to say that they intermingle, overlap, but for the purposes of this presentation, I am looking at informality. Can we go back to the earlier one just to tell you, I'll run through the first few slides. So just to tell you, we have, this is a bit dated, but we have a presence in several parts of the world, both with members and staff. Next one. Informality is 61% of the global workforce is employed in informal work, street vendors being one of them. Next, please. I'm not going to go into detail. Now, I want to pause here just for a second. So when I talk about spatiality of informality, I want to approach it without going into the debates of what informal work is, to approach it from where the work happens. What is the workplace? Okay, and traditionally, when you talk about work, you talk about very traditional places of work, an office, a factory, a shop. But if you look at the informal workers, you will see that they work in informal spaces, on the streets, by the dump site, in your homes, in their own homes. These are informal spaces of work. And how are we going to monitor decent work conditions in these informal spaces of work? Besides the fact that many of them may not have a clear employer-employee relationship, they may not have one employer. The domestic worker works from several. So how is that going to? How are we going to enforce? And the fact that they are working in informal spaces. If they're working on the street, they're working at the dump site. How are we going to enforce? So the approach to the speciality of informality needs to factor the place of work very importantly. And once we factor the place of work, then city plans and city politics then suddenly becomes very important. Yeah? Next, please. So, but we've talked about evictions and the kind in India in the session before that, many cities, but it's not a phenomena confined to India. It is all over the world. In fact, in the past few years, we have seen a huge amount increase in evictions. In Delhi, for instance, even during COVID times, there was a lot of eviction. And may I just also say that, you know, the kind of restrictions that the street vendors faced during COVID times were very, very harsh. And the impact, I'm going to talk about that, on other urban poor was also quite visible. Next, please. But also, at one stage, evictions are globally increasing, but also global instruments recognize public space, and there seems to be a global consensus, whether it's Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's Recommendation 204 of ILO, or whether we are talking about the New Urban Agenda. Next, please. In Delhi, we have 2.5% of the population engaged in street vending. It comes to about 3.5 to 4 lakhs, and 30% of them are women. I do want to make a qualifier that we talked about gender dimension of street vending. And definitely, as a sector, more men than women are employed in this sector. But there is city variation. And if you go to Ahmedabad, you will see a lot many women vendors than you will see in Delhi. There is also a variation, which I will come to later, on the goods that they sell. More perishable, more the cost, the cost of doing business, as I will explain a bit later, that is far heavier on women than it is on men. Next, please. So we talked a lot about, and thank you for this absolutely heartwarming story that you talked about. You know, it sort of embodied everything that vending include, the process of vending, the challenges of vending, whether it's public nuisance, eviction, police harassment, loss of property, other kinds of harassment, you know, gender issues, etc. But what is that, how in the life of a vendor, what does it mean? So when the space is insecure and is being harassed by so many, so the municipality will come. If any of you young men and women ever witness an eviction, please stop and watch how harrowing it is. You know, that chai wala will get 5 liters of milk in the morning, 10 o'clock, 10:30 the van comes, pura 5 liters on the footpath. The sabzi wala has gotten his stuff, used his capital in the morning, and everything is taken away. His whole cart is taken away by the municipality cart. The police wala will come and just start asking for bribes for whatever this thing. So when there is insecure workspaces, the harassments by local authorities, eviction locations are very high. But what is the cost? It means that you spend part of your earning on fines or bribes. You lose part of your goods that you are selling by when they are confiscated. You lose working hours. Gaadi utha ke le gaya to fir you are just sitting there for 2 days running to this thing that has its own set of cost and no income. There is a greater need to borrow to replenish working capital. And Finally, increased interest payments because you are buying it from, non-formal borrowing, and reduced earning. So there is an economic cost of this harassment besides the psychological and the social one, and which the street vendor faces every day. And just to say that, there is a hierarchy within vendors also, and the fruit and vegetable vendors are twice as likely as other vendors to experience insecurity, and women are more likely than men to sell fruits and vegetables, even in cities like in Delhi. And there are studies which have shown that even in cities like Delhi, where there are fewer women vendors than men. But the contribution of the street vendors, I think we need to highlight over and over again for the livelihood, for the lives, and for the social and cultural fabric of the city, of Indian city, of cities of the South. First of all, they provide urban food security. Now, I am not aware, this was very, very clear during COVID. I am not aware of any specific study, but I do have anecdotal evidence from the worker groups that we work with, not street vendors, worker groups, other groups that we work with. And part of the fact that they faced food insecurity and during COVID was because the local person that they were buying from was not available. He was not allowed to sit where he was. He would probably would recognize them, give them an udhar also. So this link, perhaps at some stage, of food security and the role, food security for urban poor and the role of urban of street vendors in the cities of India, I think we need to really highlight more and more, and very evident anecdotally during COVID. Street life and heritage. Our cities are not like, our cities are not even come to my case study. Our cities are not like North, where sanitized cars moving. Our cities are colorful. They are chaotic. That's who we are. And why should we become like somebody else, some other city? So I think that is very, we have heritage market, we have flower market. We saw that those add to the, people come to our cities to look at some of those things. So instead of appreciating it, we are trying to emulate Singapore, London, and various other cities. Of course, we've talked about it, but one thing that we've not mentioned is from the gender point of view, urban safety. Justice Verma had actually in the report after that horrific case that happened in Delhi actually said that street vendors are quote unquote eyes on the street, and that is a big role, even in the bombing case that happened in Delhi for this thing. So that is another role that they are playing. And women often have talked about feeling safe walking down a dark street if there are vendors there. We all have experienced that. Next, please. So I'm going to talk about the master plan very quickly, just give you a few things. Why did we look at the master plan? We looked at the master plan because it's a macro document. It is going to plan for the next 20 years for the city. It will also allocate spaces for various activities in the city. So when informal work and informal workspaces are not recognized in the master plan, by that very fact they become illegal and prone to harassment. But also we have seen in the history of the implementation of the master plan in Delhi that often the master plan is used or cited for punitive action, for evictions, etc. Next, please. So we were part of this campaign. It was not led by WeGo. We were part of this campaign in Delhi, which is called Maybe Delhi. And some of our partners were, and there were partners from across sectors. There were 3 pillars to it: livelihood, gender, and housing. And we tried to contribute to the pillar on livelihood, informal livelihood, especially women. Next, please. Now, this is the map of Delhi. And we realize that to be able to influence planners, in many ways, you have to speak in a spatial language. And this started during Maybe Delhi process, but we then developed it far more as part of WeGo's work. These dots that you have over here, these are the weekly markets. They're not even, vendor markets. These are the weekly markets of Delhi. And there are about 500 odd weekly markets of Delhi. They are a regular feature in Delhi. Any of us who have lived in Delhi and many other cities of the South will have these weekly markets. Go to these weekly markets at the onset of winter and you will see what contribution they are making. Go to these weekly markets which are at the site of a migrant population, a Bengali working class or something, and the kind of fish that they are selling. They facilitate urban living, and not just for the poor. Look at it. If this, may I just show it to you? So there are dots of two colors. So they depict recognized markets and unrecognized. Out of those 500 odd, only 270 are recognized. But look at the spread. So if I was to, from my knowledge of the city, I was to say that this would be a sort of lower middle class kind of, or middle class, this perhaps would be a little more, and this area could be a little more affluent. But we see it everywhere. So this is a feature not just in which they are subsidizing urban living for the poor, but actually is something where they are existing for all citizens of Delhi. The other question, and there you will see the various kind of goods that they are selling. You know, I live in Vasant Kunj, and we have a market. We have several markets in Vasant Kunj. Saturday ko idhar, Friday ko idhar, Monday ko idhar, etc., etc. But how the markets are structured will teach a lesson or two to the management colleagues of ours. How they come together for 4 hours, and then how they sort of dissemble after they are done. So I think that's a very important, and we should recognize that, and that's entirely done by vendor groups and their affiliates, and paid for it also. Okay, and these are spaces which exist, but they're multiple use of the same space. So when vending and vending zones are talked about, space is a question. If you look, take the example of vending street.
Ms. Sinha, can I request you to wrap it up, please?
Yes. Weekly markets, but there is one important question in terms of the vendors that I want to talk about. So in the weekly market, one vendor will go to this market, same vendor will go tomorrow to that market, So not just the speciality, it's also the temporality of, and how can that be reflected in the law, in a law? I think that is an important challenge for us. Finally, this is a picture of a street vendor, and here I'm going to, just one more slide please, which is the key ask for the master plan. So in the master plan, we did not try to put a new set of key asks. We tried to use the master plan to strengthen the hands of the existing law and the existing law, what the law has created. So what we asked for in the master plan was that as per the Street Vendor Act, the Town Vending Committee should be the decision-making body for vending zones, etc. So here is a statutory process which can strengthen the hands of existing law on the street vendor. And then, of course, we talked about identifying natural markets and multiple use of spaces. So this is what I wanted to show. I can take some questions during this thing because I've really run out of time, so I'm going to stop here. So thank you very much. Also wanted to show that in Vigo we have this toolkit for public spaces for all, which is global. Please feel free to download it.
So again, taking up the same questions which I've asked when we started this session, who owns the city? So Dr. Riju, I just want to understand from you, where do you see we have reached from 2014 when we have got this big act, and how you see that the role of women and the mobilizations over the period of time? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ajay. So I'm going to try and answer your question based on what I prepared to speak here today, which is on the Meghalaya and Greater Shillong Progressive Hawkers Association, and I have been sort of working alongside them and sort of observing their work from 2016 onwards, primarily because that's when, every time I go home to visit family there in Shillong, I would meet friends who were part of that sort of organizing effort. So here I'm just going to answer your question by amplifying some of the ideas that come from the Hawkers Association, And in, as recently as May 2022, the Meghalaya High Court announced that this contentious state law called the Meghalaya Street Vendors Act would be repealed in favor of implementing the central legislation, the Central Street Vendors Act. And the final order was passed in August 2022. This move by the High Court was welcomed by the Meghalaya and Greater Shillong Progressive Hawkers Association, and this organization was formed in 2016 to basically fight for the fundamental rights and claims of the hawkers and vendors to the city of Shillong. And one of the activists who worked closely with this organization and was sort of at the leadership role in organizing it, Angela Rangad, has stated that this move by the High Court is a victory not only for the vendors but also for the people of the state. But I want to go back to what Mr. Verma had said in the first panel, that I think you were referring to the Kolkata situation when you said that the amount of struggle it took to get the central legislation passed, the implementation would take that amount of sort of struggle. So that's something we're yet to see in Shillong. But one has to kind of highlight some of the core aspects of the hawkers movement and the ideas and the imagination of the city that they have put forward through their struggle. In the specific urban context of Shillong, which is the capital of Meghalaya, which, as you know, is a borderland state in the northeast of India, we kind of can see the intersections of what the theme of this panel is. You see, the intersections of the fight for right to livelihood. You see the urban spatial governance and how that impacts sort of livelihood struggles, and the aspect of legislative intervention. So before going into the question of urban governance speciality and its impact on street vendors, it's important to kind of look at what is at stake for the Meghalaya Hawkers Association. There's a slogan that they used during the rallies while they were, fighting for the central legislation to be implemented. It goes Ka Shillong Ka Meghalaya Jong Baro, which in Khasi, which in English translates into Shillong and Meghalaya belong to all. And this was seen in placards and posters across the city, vendors carrying it, vendors of all ethnic groups, age, gender, and it carried a political message that is at the heart of the demands for right to livelihood and right to the city. In very plain terms, the vendors were saying that the city of Shillong and the state of Meghalaya belongs to everyone. This message challenged dominant ideas of belonging in a city that has experienced decades of violence, both state and non-state, whose primary purpose has been to mark difference. These differences between the state and its subjects, between the ruling classes and the poor, between tribals and non-tribals, and between different ethnic groups. You can see these differences very, very apparently in the urban layout of Shillong city. The message of the Hawkers Association was very loud and clear. It was a democratic message, and it was a call to action against the divisive and exclusionary politics that forms a tool of exploitation in the city and the region at large. Led by indigenous women workers, the rallies from 2016 onwards and the movement, which I was lucky enough to encounter closely, has offered a language of rights and belonging that is inclusive and democratic, covering three axes: indigenous rights, women's rights, and workers' rights. In the last few decades, there has been an increase in, there's been an increase in the efforts to divide public and private spaces in the city of Shillong. The concomitant shrinkage of public spaces only attests to the social divisions that mark the city. Efforts to reimagine the city of Shillong by the administrators and business sort of landed business owners and so on as a city of elite capitalists and savvy politicians, of rock music and football clubs, effortlessly ignores the everyday realities of the urban poor. Historically, vendors in Shillong have played an integral role in sustaining the relationship and a balanced relationship between the rural and economy and urban needs. Despite this historically entangled and symbiotic relationship between rural agricultural producers and urban vendors in this region, both the government and the city's middle class have been short-sighted in baying for the removal of vendors from public spaces. A lot of the things I wanted to highlight have been mentioned here, such as the sort of public outcry for cleanliness and development and beautification of the city, and you see all of those in public opinions, in newspaper articles, in letters to the editors and so on. But one of the things that one wonders is, why has public opinion that's reflected in the newspapers and so on so turned against the vendors, especially in a context where all sections of society, as you also pointed out, rely so much on the produce that vendors bring to us. And in the context of Shillong, I want to say that a lot of the agricultural produce comes from rural areas and is brought entirely, that entire economy rests on vendors. But you still see this sort of this antagonism and anger towards the vendors from the public. And what I just want to kind of before concluding point out one key thing, that these eviction drives that one grew up seeing in the center of the city, where a lot of the vendors came together, it was such a common occurrence growing up. One would see it, but the next day the vendors would be back there claiming their space, right? So we wondered, what was the purpose? We even spoke about it. What is the purpose of the police violently removing them, knowing that they'll be back the next day? Of course, bribes and extortion, that's one obvious answer, but it's also sort of the spectacle of driving people away from there creates the sense of their illegality. It creates a public opinion that they are not supposed to actually be there. And that is what, over time, over the last few decades, it's contributed in terms of the city of Shillong. I think even when we try and understand the context of the three axes of politics that I mentioned, one has to look at a longer history of how Shillong was the capital in the colonial period, a capital of Assam in the post-colonial period, and a very, very important political hub. Geopolitically, it's a very important node in the Northeast as well. From the 90s onwards, there have been central government policies such as the Look East policy, the development of Northeast regions, then the Act East policy under the BJP government, which seeks to kind of, create these economic hubs in the Northeast to access markets in East Asia, and even as far as Australia. I mean, that's what they're saying, that these Northeastern market hubs can do. And yet their entire sort of visioning is of creating, these. There's such a dissonance between how they imagine this development and the realities of who is at the core of the economic force in this region. So I'm just,
please wrap it up.
no more time. So I just want to say that, the hawkers movement has reimagined the city as a space that belongs not only to the dominant tribes of Meghalaya, which is the Khasi, Jaintia and Garo hawkers, who constitute 70% of the hawkers, but one where the migrant tribal and the non-tribal vendors also have a right to livelihood. And I want to say that there are different stakeholders who, at different point, promote a very exclusivist and discriminatory politics. They have different agendas. In addition to the Shillong Municipal Board, which has not seen an election since 1966, was the last election that the municipal board in Shillong had. So there are different stakeholders here with different agendas, and what is really incredible about the hawkers movement is that it undercuts this dominant, exclusivist, discriminatory politics by saying that Meghalaya and Shillong belongs to all. I'm gonna
So thank you so much. Now I request Professor Kaur just to talk about urban hierarchy and spatial context, keeping, like we have talked about informalities, intersectionalities. If you can please, also touch upon while sharing your mind with us. But broadly, spatial context.
Thank you, Ajay. Actually, a lot of what we are doing in three sessions is all connected, because these issues are not something which we can keep separate. The planning, governance, implementation and mobilizations on the ground are all connected, and we've been hearing a lot about it. I have not prepared a formal presentation because I wanted to respond to what my co-panelists have been talking about, and I'm glad that Ajay has asked me to talk about spatial contexts, and he raised this question that who does the city belong to? So as a sociologist, I'm an urban sociologist, I would share with you how I look at the city, being an academic, my learning, what does it tell me, who does the city belong to, and in the process probably respond to what my co-panelists have been talking about and what we are here, gathered for. If we look from a planning perspective, the city is an abstract entity, it is a cartographer's, what we see, on the map. It is a cartographic entity, what, we can call as an abstract space. It's not something which is material. But if we look from the perspective of, let's say, the people are not homogeneous. They are, of different varieties. And for the executive, the bureaucracy, which implements these plans, which translates these plans into, something which is operational, it is a very, very, it is something which needs to be governed, which needs to be, put into order. There has to be order in the city. So it is, so they are working to maintain order, and in that sense, the planners and the actors who are governing us, they are all working for the same goal. But when we come to other categories of people who actually use the city, they want to use the space for living, for earning livelihoods, for moving about, and for doing various things in their everyday lives. And these people in their everyday life, they create the city of their use, and it is what we call as the lived space. So I draw, in my own research, I draw a lot from some scholars, Henry Lefebvre, who's talked about the social production of space, where the space is abstract, conceived and perceived and lived. And here today when we are talking about, we are mainly talking about the lived aspect of the space, how the space is actually used. We are talking about the use value of the space, and on the contrary, there is a contest, and the spatial contest is between the use value of the space and the value which can be, the exchange value. The exchange value, which is, when we turn the same urban land into something which is profitable, especially the corporates, the middle class, the upper rich, that is what they are trying. So there is a contest. This is a spatial contest between using space for use value and using space for what is called as generation of surplus value or exchange value. In this contest, each category of the actor, social actors, they are all trying to create their own kind of space. There is abstract space which is conceived, and there is a certain kind of a lived space, but in between what we have increasingly seen is that the role of the middle class has changed in the process, especially post liberalization. When with the onset of neoliberal urban development, what has happened is that the middle class wants aestheticized space. It is something, it's a middle class is not, you know, the one which is with us in pitching for the democratization of the space. The role of the middle class, I would say, and it is a section of the civil society. Civil society also, you know, is constituted by a certain kind of middle class. But what we've seen in the last 20 years or so is that there is a certain kind of what Amita Bhaviskar says, bourgeois environmentalism. There is a certain kind of a hypocrisy. The same middle class, as Asher Ghatner also says, that this is the same middle class which wants to, you know, use all the services of which, for example, these street vendors provide, the domestic workers provide, but at the same time it wants to invisibilize these people. It doesn't want to see because they look dirty, they are not aesthetic, and these aspirations for a clean, global, beautiful city which this middle class has actually, you know, hit back. It has all the mobilizations and all the struggle through which this kind of an act came about, you know, this act, and why we continue to suffer, why these street vendors, the same questions, and this spatial contest continues, because a large section of the middle class is actually working for the, you know, what shall I say, bourgeoisization of the capital. It's the bourgeois capital which this middle class is aspiring for, it is, you know, wanting for, and therefore it is almost like, you know, in our struggles there is a big section of civil society which is actually working against us, and this is something which I think we are not acknowledging, which we are not, you know, and these are people amongst us, you know, whether they are academics, whether they are bureaucrats, whether they are, you know, social workers, or even activists and politicians, and the street vendors themselves.
Also, the vendor comes scholar.
And the vendors themselves. And so the hierarchies are amongst the vendors also, because not all vendors, they have a equal right to the space. So the kind of what we call as spatial capital. Spatial capital is a certain kind of a material and immaterial, you know, access to resources, a certain kind of space which you access by either through hereditary, you know, claims, because your father or someone from your family had access to that particular location where you were vending and trying to earn a livelihood, or you have paid a certain kind of a bribery or what is called as a spatial rent to access that particular space. And while others, the newer migrants who are constantly coming, because we know that, you know, India is now part of the southern part of the globe which is highly urbanizing. In that, the urbanization is happening at a faster rate compared to what it was happening, you know, a few decades back. Even though if we look at the 2011 data, the economists were saying that, you know, Delhi has seen a slightly negative rate of urbanization compared to 1991, and they started worrying because cities are after all economic magnets, and if there is negative urbanization, they tend to think that probably there is not enough economic, you know, productivity for people to be attracted to the city for different reasons. Now, I mean, I don't want to go into that trajectory. Coming back to what I was saying, so there is urbanization, there is urban growth, and this particular stipulation that 2.5% of the population will be allocated this particular space for, you know, this vending purposes. This 2.5%, how do we calculate this 2.5%? This 2.5% is not a constant number. It is a dynamic number which has to be constantly recalculated, and in any ways this 2.5 is a very small percentage, given the fact that I know that the percentage of population which was engaged in vending, especially in Mumbai. There is this data. Sharid Bhaumik has conducted studies, and later on there have been further studies where they say in fact it was close to 17.5, and in some parts of the world it is like almost like 40% of the population of a city is engaged in that occupation. I mean, as you know, it looks at it as a part of its livelihood, and in that scenario 2.5% as a logic, I think that needs to be reviewed. So that is one of the things where I think we need to make an intervention. Other, I would say, when we talk about whose city it is, and as if we approach it as a city belongs to citizens, then who is a rightful urban citizen? Anyone who has the right to the city. And the right to the city is not a right which is legally recognized. It is a slogan, it is a philosophy, it is a right which in some countries like Brazil, they have tried to translate it into a legislative right. But actually right to the city has to be seen as something which means it, because it is a democratic right, it cannot be given only to a certain sections who are trying to carve out a lived space by generating the use value of the space. It is a right which is to be given to all classes irrespective of where they are coming from. And in that sense, the question of democratic citizenship, that becomes a very big question. How do you actually make this right to the city something which is creating inclusive cities, which is working in the direction of sustainable urbanization? And in that, how do we decriminalize this informality, this informal urbanization, which is in the form of housing, whether street vending, all forms which are, despite the different acts they stand, despite the on paper there is recognition, but in practice the contest goes on. So instead of looking at right to the city as an end in itself, whereby all stakeholders, they try to create the city as they imagine it, and where the dominant neoliberal imageries, they are also they also get I would say a real genuine contest from the other alternative imageries, whereby a certain kind of urban form comes through interventions of urban design, through legal processes, and also through the everyday practices of the people. So it means that we have to look at right to the city as a means whereby all stakeholders, they have a right to create the city of their imaginations. And if we look historically, and we don't even need to imagine, if we just look around us, vending has been an integral part of the city. It is not, we cannot imagine a future where we can have very little vending and we only move to the formal sector. World over, formal and informal, the dichotomy is vanishing. The legal and the illegal, the dichotomy is vanishing, and it is the blurred space where we need to act. So I would say,
Ma'am, I really don't want to stop you. I really want to listen to you. Just
last sentence, because I am bringing this because I am talking about the right to the city, because these are students from law school here, and you are talking of laws as something which the constitution provides, but here I am talking about a law which is a slogan, which is a philosophy, which is an imagery. And how do you think that we can work around this question of right to the city through this legal process? Thank you.
So yeah, before going ahead, can I ask how much time we have? Are we beyond 12 minutes only? Okay, then can I ask everyone to raise the questions or the comments or the critique or the criticism? Yeah, anything.
Hi, so I'm Pratika. I'm also a law student. My question is to Dr. Riju. You said that in Meghalaya, vendors have like the majority of economic domination. So I just want to ask how the scenario in Meghalaya is different from the cities or like states like Delhi or like other where vendors is not the primary economy, like the domination of vendors is not as much as the other professions, and it's more in Meghalaya side. So I just want to know how the difference in politics or in difference in the scenario for the livelihood of vendors come into play.
Should we answer one by one, or should I answer?
Should collect a pool of questions.
Yeah, we can have pool of questions first.
Yeah, this is a question to all of you. I mean, you can choose whoever wants to answer. I've actually done my work on the weekly markets of Delhi. I did my PhD on that, and I continue to work on street vendors. And it's both a question, and I feel it's both a theoretical challenge and also a political challenge. Street vendors are an extremely diverse and a group full of contradictions as well, and the diversity is not just in terms of the city or gender or the commodity being sold, but also in terms of what is the clout they have in local politics, what is how much do they earn. Some of the better off street vendors probably earn better than some of the smaller traders who have small shops, and what are the kind of challenges that poses. And as much as there's this talk about despite all the precarity and labor intensive character of street vending, a lot of also street vendors want to pass it on to the next generation, because there's also a sense of pride of doing your own work and not working for someone else. And I feel that that's something that also needs to be, I mean, of course there's precarity, but it is also a choice sometimes, because and there's skill involved also, and a lot of those skills are about making certain kinds of long-term relationships, which then brings me to another thing that I wanted to say, that as much as street vendors are diverse, I don't think there's anything called the public or the middle class. There's also a lot of diversity in terms of middle class relationships with street vendors. Whether it is and it's something that I saw even during the lockdown, that a lot of street vendors, even if they were not operating out of the street, they still managed to supply to houses because they had long-term, even in terms of loans, the state was not giving loans to street vendors. So some of these, I think, diversities need to, and I know that it's also a methodological challenge, like how does one tackle this? Yeah, so that's my question.
I think we do not need to tackle the diversities. I mean, as far as your question is concerned, so diversity is, I would say, is part and parcel of a street vendor's life. So since you are working on the diversity questions, so I would request you, it's here with me. This is the paper that I have written. It's about the plight of street vendors, where of course you will get your answers that how class, caste, and gender plays a very important role. You yourself, has in your comment, have mentioned that some vendors, have a different side, like big occupations, sort of they are earning more, and few are not earning, few are earning very less. And when you compare this thing with the woman and the man has, ma'am already mentioned, they most of the time they sell vegetables, right? They do not partake in the big sort of occupations, even in the weekly markets. Yeah, so diversity is the rule of markets.
Not a question, but just wanted to also highlight, Shalini ma'am had mentioned how the master plan does not mention a lot of, like, it needs to sort of focus on, say, weekly markets or night markets or markets for women. But another thing that it's missing is also, and not just the master plan, but just generally, the Act talks about heritage markets and how any natural market that has sort of been in existence for more than 50 years becomes a heritage market, and this needs to be declared by the MCD, by the local authority. And once that is done, these heritage markets can't be evicted. But in our study that CCS did on weekly markets, we also realized that a lot of these weekly markets are actually heritage markets. I mean, their challans date back to 1960s. But say a Karol Bagh market or a Daryaganj market are not where they originally were supposed to be. So I mean, you know, these things which actually the law provides for, but then the onus comes on the local authority, and the local authority has not done anything about it. So yeah, just also wanted to highlight that these are some of the issues. Yeah, but Prashant.
Thanks, Simran. So I also want to support that question on diversity. So sometimes it can be very nuanced. So for example, RWA, you know, RWA may not also be a very uniform, homogeneous groups. Many of these RWAs, be it in North Delhi or in South Delhi, are often dominated by men. And women have more stake and support for street vendors because they buy vegetables, and sometimes, you know, if they are working women or even otherwise, they might prefer vendors coming to their house and delivering vegetables. And sometimes it's not very easy for them to step out and go because of paucity of time or for many other considerations. So it happens so that in the neighborhood where I stay, the RWA was not in favor of allowing street vendors, you know, in the neighborhood, but the women protested, and they said that we do want street vendors to come here, but the negotiation and the ultimate outcome was that, of course, it was not free entry for all street vendors. So some street vendors would come, they would issue ID cards, and you know, the neighborhood, I mean, people who have been there vending for little longer time, they would be allowed. Yeah, but not free entry for all.
Anyone else, please? That's there.
It's okay for him to speak. Yeah, audible?
No, he's coming to you. Don't.
Right. I'm also a law student. I'm Artisha, and I just had a simple question in the sense, like in the historical context also we learned about Assam and migration in the colonial period, right? And how women used to like essentially migrate to cities, and it was kind of like a liberation for them. It was emancipatory for them, mainly because they were essentially breaking the cities like Kolkata, Delhi, and others, the metropolitan cities. Being close to the border, there is a different kind of policing in the region. There is a different kind of marking of subjects based on tribe, non-tribe, and there are hierarchies within the tribes itself. And there is also the specter of the illegal immigrant being so close to the Bangladesh border. So these are some of the things that make the kind of politics that, yes, the geographical location and the historical specificity of Shillong, where it is, adds to the politics of the people and the politics of the streets there.
Okay, can I go? Yeah. I think the diversity question is well acknowledged, and it exists, and I don't know if there is any need to even address it, and it manifests itself in the movement building that happens. But the entrepreneurial skills, you know, the vendors themselves are very proud of the entrepreneurial skills, and they always talk about it, you know, and in the hierarchy of informal work, street vending is right up over here, whereas, you know, some of the things that women do, which is domestic work, which is an extension of the care work that they would do at home, is at the bottom. So in the hierarchy of work, things that have a need entrepreneurial skill obviously at the top, and therefore many a times you will see that vendors don't want to form unions or worker groups, etc., because they don't see themselves as workers, and that's one of the challenges of organizing informal workers. In terms of food security and supply to houses, I do want to say that I wanted particularly this, as I said, I've not studied it, but I've really heard it from the worker groups themselves, is food security for the urban poor, and how much of it is dependent on street vendors and hawkers, etc. Because from what I hear in terms of coping and not being able to cope during COVID was the presence or the absence of that street vendor, that hawker who would be there. I am not aware of any study, but I would really encourage people to study that, because that becomes one more contribution in terms of crisis, disaster, what the street vendors are contributing. I agree with you that RWAs did agree and many vendors did find,
but they were still not allowed to vend outside slums and typical areas where the footfall was more. And believe me, in Delhi, the weekly markets were closed for nearly 2 years. Our malls opened before the weekly markets opened. I mean, what is the logic of that is beyond my comprehension, but nevertheless. So, and the third thing about women migrating, I'm not sure if just migration to cities breaks patriarchal chains. Does it? I want to leave it at that.
Several questions. When I said middle class, I was particularly thinking of my work on the Lajpat Nagar market, where the contest was, amongst other stakeholders, was largely between the traders associations and the vendors, who were either part of the associations or some of them were actually not part of the associations. In that contest, obviously the traders associations, they are more dominating, and they have more access to, you know, the corridors of power and to the police and the municipalities to, you know, get their you know, things done as they want to. But with respect to RWAs, especially, I have seen that, you know, even though 2 or 3 vendors are allowed, and if it is, for example, if I am staying in a locality close by, and where we have more than 250, you know, houses in our locality, but only one particular, you know, sabzi wala in one block and another sabzi wala in another block is allowed. There used to be several other vendors who used to come to you know, my neighborhood, like someone who would, you know, make these you know, quilts with the, you know, cotton, like if your pillows and all, so jisko kehte hain rui, you know, kantna. So those people used to come. There was someone who would come to, you know, there was this you know, polish the brass utensils, and it is not as if, you know, the middle class occupants of this neighborhood, they require these services. They also are, you know, domestic workers living, you know, right adjacent to these occupants, because in each household, you know, people have given space to the domestic workers to live. And as Shalini was pointing out, you know, these domestic workers, they do not even, you know, think that they are workers, and it is their services and their requirement is also, you know, something which can be filled up with the services provided by these street vendors, but actually it doesn't. So the locality and the neighborhood, it actually thinks the RWA is constituted by these residents and not by their domestic workers. Their domestic workers do not have any say in the resident welfare association. So there you see a dichotomy, there you see, you know, a certain kind of, you know, fracture. So even though residents are of all classes, of, I mean, I'm not even talking of gender, ethnicities and, you know, other categories like caste. I'm simply talking of class here, which is a very important category of social exclusion in a city. Even, you know, all categories are not having. So RWA is catering to which particular group? So the middle class residents are not mindful of their domestic workers and their needs, which can be fulfilled by the, you know, street vendors. Now, with respect to your questions about the methodologies, I think, I don't know what is your disciplinary vantage point. Yeah, social anthropology, of course, I think, you know, being, I would say, you know, a thick ethnography would, and an engagement would offer you a, you know, very important lens. And as far as, you know, theoretical perspective would say, I personally feel that, you know, a spatial perspective is a very good prism to understand, you know, the relationship between these hierarchies, contexts and these, you know, intersectionalities, because after all, when we are talking about street vendors, though it is informal work, but it is something which is very, very, you know, related to the space which they are occupying, and it is not just a right to livelihood, it is also a right to the space to earn a livelihood. So if you work from that lens, probably, you know, you would get to answers which you are looking for. So I can only, you know, because I'm a social anthropologist myself. Yeah. So thank you.
So yeah, I think we are done now.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to all the panelists. And we'll break for lunch right now for 45 minutes, and we'll reconvene at 1:55.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
So we'll be starting with session 3 now. The theme for this session is street vendors as economic citizens. And for this session, we've got 3 speakers. We've got Ms. Indira Unninaiyar. She's a lawyer and activist. She practices at the Delhi High Court and the Supreme Court and District Courts. She's also a trained mediator at the Delhi High Court Mediation Center. Her area of work is largely in the representation of vulnerable or marginalized groups in the realization of justice through the effective use of the law. She has worked on and filed PILs on the right to freedom of speech and expression, challenging film bans, the right to livelihood, the right to dignity in pursuing one's occupation, the right to justice, the right to shelter, and the right to health. We welcome you, ma'am. Next, we have Dr. Prashant Narang, also a lawyer and a senior fellow at the Research and Training Programs at the Center for Civil Society. At CCS, his work focuses on various areas, including ease of doing business, agriculture, street vending regulations, and K-12 education laws. He is a lawyer by training and has represented CCS in public interest litigations and cases before various courts. And he'll also be moderating our session today. Last, we have Dr. B. Srinivasu. Dr. Srinivasu is a professor in the Department of Economics at Jamia Millia Islamia University. His areas of focus include the informal sector. His research includes papers on financial inclusion of street vendors in India. And this gains more salience now with the Swanidhi scheme coming in. Dr. Srinivasu will be joining us in a bit. He's on his way, stuck in traffic, so he'll take around 10 minutes. But I suppose we can already start with the session. So Dr. Narang, if you could please, and Ms. Indira Unninaiyar, if you guys could just join the dais. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. So the theme for this panel is about economic citizenship. And I straight away, approach Indira for her views, and I will talk about it in a bit.
So, am I audible? Yeah, okay. So thank you so much, Prashant, CCS, all of you for following up as well and for organizing this session so beautifully. You've all shared so much. It's I will just be sort of trying to bring another perspective to it. Maybe you already know, but I would like to share some of our experiences in the courts to just lend that perspective as well. So we today, this afternoon's topic is about street vendors as citizens, economic citizens. So I would like to say that in order to be a citizen, you first need to have recognition. And one of the big problems that we've been facing is total invisibilization of the sector. And so street vendors are not really viewed as people who are even entitled to exist as street vendors. It's not easy for them, therefore, to constantly press for their right to be at the table, so to speak, to not only speak but to be heard, and then to, after that, actually ask for their rights as economic citizens. Nonetheless, it's acknowledged and understood that they are huge contributors to the GNP. Everybody knows. In fact, the government knows very well. It's been documented in the Parliamentary Standing Committee as well. The report which came out in 2013, just before the framing of the law in 2014. I think a little bit about the history of the laws. Maybe you're already aware, but the laws have, they've stemmed from street vendors being viewed as people engaging in illegality. So they stem from criminalizing the very activity of vending, as a result of which you have municipal laws which view them from that approach. The language in the municipal laws, and I'll urge you to look at them, look at the language and look at some of the provisions. They are extremely violent and also invisibilize them. So street vendors are seen as people, they're almost equated to keeping a chair on a road. So we have cases where we have said that there's been a total violation by the municipality or the police, but they come back and say, we've done nothing, nobody existed over there. And then they say that, okay, we've invited this provision to remove them, and this was the provision which means removal of a bale, B-A-L-E, those bales of hay that we used to have, and or a chair. Apart from that, of course, you have even stronger provisions such as removal of encroachment, and they're called encroachers. That's the other big problem that we are facing all the time. So that's a little bit about the history. There was a really very good move towards a national policy in 2004, and that legitimized street vending as an occupation. And before that, there have been many landmark judgments, including Sudan Singh, etc. But it was always from the perspective of throwing breadcrumbs at street vendors. It's like the state is offering a favor to someone who otherwise doesn't deserve to exist. But then the National Policy 2004 was a marked improvement in that approach, but it was a policy. So therefore, courts would repeatedly say that, oh, it's only a policy, we don't yet have a law, etc., etc. From 2004 and 2009, the policy was diluted somewhat, but still it is a strong policy favoring street vendors. What it says is one of the underlying reasons for the policy is that it is to provide a framework for a congenial atmosphere for street vendors to pursue their occupation and to make things easy for them. So legitimacy and also making it convivial. From there, so 2004, 2009, then 2010, there's a very good judgment. It's called Gendaram, and I will urge you to read it, because for the first time the court said that government bodies such as the municipalities and the police, etc., cannot arbitrarily pass rules and orders without the framework of a law. So you need to have a law to regulate fundamental rights of street vendors, and very often they are, I think this might again have come from our colonial history, where the whole act of vending under the constitutional provision of Article 19(1)(g), which is the fundamental right to have an occupation, it is seen as conflicting with Article 19(1)(d) and 19(1)(g), which is basic, 19(1)(d), which is the right to pass, So they say, oh, you're always at conflict with passers-by, not noting that passers-by actually stop, pause. It's part of the ecosystem where you're walking. So nonetheless, Gendaram very clearly said that when you look at regulation at all, or passing any orders vis-a-vis street vendors, you have to have the framework of a law. And they invited the government, the court, the judges, invited the government through that court order to come up with a proper law. That law was pending forever, and finally, well, not forever, but just for a very short, for a while. And ultimately it came to be passed in 2014. 2013 also saw a very good landmark judgment called Maharashtra Ekta Hawkers, and that judgment has not been set aside. It opens the fourth para or so, says that street vendors are often treated very poorly by the municipality, by the police. Their articles are thrown down on the streets and they're treated with contempt. It really encapsulates what a person who is pursuing this particular occupation undergoes. After that, we had the street vending laws. Now there is recognition as economic citizens. There is that Parliamentary Standing Committee report. But because of this utter lack of inclusion at various stages, be it in participation in deciding what will work for them, what won't, or be it even in terms of recognition of them as human beings, I would say. But apart from the fact that, apart from them as citizens, it's been a huge struggle for them. I will take two cases, and here I will also like to pause for a moment, and I think many of us must have heard of this very sad phrase, which is show me the face and I will show you the rule. So the street vendors law, although it protects them, it's a very strong law, it's very progressive, and a lot of countries outside India are looking at this law as at least a move forward. There are gaps, no doubt about it, there are errors as well. But nonetheless, it really recognizes vending as an occupation, vendors as people with rights. But though this law is there, we have two cases which are really very unfortunate, and this is of course the Delhi High Court. But apart from the Delhi High Court, there are I was just trying to look for some orders, to come in before I was to participate today. And I find that most of the court orders across the country say, right now, these people are encroaching these spaces, we'll keep the matter pending, and then they ultimately dismiss the matter. Two cases where, as very valuable contributors to the thriving markets in Lajpat Nagar, as well as in Nehru Place. I'll just talk about them. We've been involved in those cases. Lajpat Nagar Central Market is a place where there has been street vending from the 60s. In the Street Vendors Act specifically says that if a market has been a place where vendors have congregated for over 5 decades, it deserves to be called a natural market and perhaps even a heritage market. Lajpat Nagar is a place where many of us who've grown up in Delhi have gone and pottered around there, eaten great street food, and bought things cheap when you cannot, and it's vibrant stuff. It's not even about when you cannot afford something else, but it's just that you will gravitate towards a place like that. You like to hang out there. Similarly, for a Nehru Place, it used to be a place like that earlier. What Lajpat Nagar, unfortunately, on the pretext of a bomb blast in 1991, which by the way took place in a shop in a basement, and it was, I think, and also there was a two-wheeler belonging to a shop owner. Not that I want to discriminate between one and the other, but based on that, the court in 2017, 20 years later, said we cannot have a repeat of such an incident. Therefore, a place which, by the way, has been pedestrianized now, right? The central market, nobody can take two-wheelers and all in any longer. It banned street vending over there. More because, and it is perhaps because, and actually it is not perhaps because, it was said in open court that, oh, where will the shop owners go because there is competition from these street vendors? So you see, they are paying rents for their shops. So these people do not deserve to be there. So where do you have economic citizenry? You have a right, you have a law, but the courts, which are custodians of this law, and apart from the courts, the municipality and the police, I mean, it was not possible to uphold the rights of the street vendors there. Likewise for Nehru Place, today there is a court case, and we have won this case many years ago. The Supreme Court has upheld it as well, because now this is where you have the right to participation in commercial spaces, and Nehru Place District Centre is huge. If you cannot vend there, where can you vend in Delhi? You have places, spaces and places which are 400 square meters, and you have, otherwise vending is confined to small 6x4 kiosks. Here they say that there is no space for street vendors. Apart from that, they have now concocted a story saying that there was a fire last year in August where apparently the fire tenders could not reach the market because of street vendors. Mind you, and it's quite laughable because, and so this was passed by Delhi High Court, and after that we intervened in the matter, and what happened is we brought the Delhi Fire Service report on record, and what we find is that the Delhi Fire Service report at least says that the fire engine reached the place within 1 minute of the call. So it is not possible that anybody came in the way. So after we got into the case has been just pending. Initially we were, and that's the other thing, as representatives of these worthy economic citizens, we also got good scoldings for coming into the case, and because, you know, how dare we fight for the rights of people who are taking the commercial rights of rich shop owners who own shops, pay rents, and poor things, they are denied of their rights to sell their goods. So today, of course, now they've not managed to take that to its lawyer, to what their designed conclusion, and we're very much in the case, so let's see what happens. So that's that. I just want to say a couple of things. Do I have time, or yeah, there is.
You want to talk about them during the question and answer?
I'm fine. I just want to say one or two things. Okay. Whom does Delhi belong to? It obviously belongs to all of us. But the thing is also, I think that street vendors are looked at in a very colored way, and that's been promoted over the decades and beyond. They looked at people who are needed, but they also constitute illegality, but quite apart from that, suffering as well. Who wants to look at suffering? So just like we turn away from our own suffering, people tend to turn away from the poor. We just sort of, want to block it. There has been a challenge to the law, the street vending law, by shop owners, by the way. Various traders associations have said such a law should not even exist because it's against the constitution. There is no right to challenge this law, because any challenge to such a law must stem from some right. But believe you me, the very court that said that, oh, the fire engines were not allowed to move into Nehru Place, has issued notice and also said that street vendors create gadar. What will happen? Oh my God, so it's like they will take over all our spaces. We've heard language like this in the courts, where they say, today they've taken over the streets, look at the traffic problem. I mean, there is no logic to something like this, quite apart from the law, because first of all, the population is small, but the streets, everybody knows that Delhi has 3 times the population of cars vis-a-vis Bombay, Madras and Calcutta. But then if you talk about street vendors contributing to the vehicle population, I mean, it's a bit of a stretch of one's imagination. So there's things like eviction and harassment, etc., used very routinely to keep them in their places. So I think it's also a lot to do with the hesitation to recognize, but also to control. Control people, keep them in a certain position so that you can, continue with this. I think to change this, we need to. I was just talking to somebody just before this. I mean, I used to be a very angry lawyer earlier. I don't know, I hope that's not coming through now. But now we've, neutralized our language a lot. I think we carry people who participate in this kind of a drive more with us, instead of making them feel guilty and targeting them. If we can sort of make them participate and see the beauty of street vending, maybe take a step forward, because here they have this thing of wiping out what exists to sit and copy a Singapore. We have beauty to celebrate, but then there's deliberately a lack of amenities so that the places are kept dirty, unkempt. So we can take a step forward to keep that a little better. I think there can be some kind of a wire media. So I mean, I urge all of us to try to take these proposals forward to government spaces with more of compassion, so that we can invite compassion rather than go in a very, very belligerent mode, maybe a less belligerent mode. So thank you so much for inviting me.
Great.
Join late.
Please join us. So you are just in time because Indra has just finished and I can now comfortably request you to start. If you are comfortable, if you want to take breathe and relax for a bit, I can start.
You can start.
Okay, great, fine. So, yeah. So, yeah, I would like to focus on couple of points. First of all, the phrase economic citizenship, and I think Dr. Kaur had pointed out citizen would mean a person who is inhabitant of city and has equal rights as everybody else, including residents. And right to city, there is a lot of literature and it's a commonly used phrase in the literature. I won't get into that. The other meaning of citizenship is someone who is constitutionally also recognized as a citizen, has access to same rights as everyone else. And here the most important right, as Indra also pointed out and she mentioned, is 19(1)(g) of the Article 19(1)(g) of Indian Constitution, which is in Part 3 of the Constitution. It's a fundamental right. It is part of those 5 freedoms or 6 freedoms under Article 19, and this is right to practice one's business, trade, profession or occupation. And here I would like to make 2 points. One is which is about informality, and the second point is about encroachment and citizenship. So talking about informality, you know what is informality, and in the first session also we heard, I think Dr. Chatterji had briefly touched upon the definition of informality. Here I would like to cite the framework used by Ravi Kanwar, and I think he wrote a paper in 2006 or 2008 on informality, defining informality, and it's a function of 2 variables. The way he looks at it is, one is applicability of a law or a regulation, and second is compliance with it. And he lists 4 possibilities. 4 possibilities is a law may be applicable and the person complies with it, right? So for example, we have business laws, we have corporate company law, and an enterprise complies with it. Second possibility is that the law is not applicable to you, right? So then there is no question of complying with it. Third possibility is that the law is applicable but you don't comply with it for whatever reasons, right? And so if the law is applicable, either you comply or you don't comply, and if you don't comply, that's when you are informal, right? And this is very important to understand, because although we use the word informal only for street vendors, but we can also use this framework to municipal corporation. We can also use this definition of informality for our courts. When we call street vendors as informal, we mean that they don't have licenses. So there is a law that they should have certificate of vending, which means a license. They don't have licenses, therefore they are informal. But this is not true. Even before the 2014 law, licenses were given under the Municipal Corporation Acts, and Mumbai had 1888 Bombay Municipal Corporation Act. Similarly, Delhi had 1911 Punjab Municipal Corporation Act, which was extended to Delhi. Then Delhi had Delhi Municipal Corporation Act of 1957, and so on and so forth. These municipal corporation acts are very similar to each other, and for street vending there was a skeleton provision under these laws which said that the commissioner can give licenses. Now it didn't talk about on what grounds it can reject licenses. It didn't talk about on what, about the timeline under which it has to give licenses. Now, if you look at the modern literature on ease of doing business, there is a lot of talk about how there should be single window clearance, how there should be timelines defined. And if a business applies for a license and it is not given a license, then how there should be deemed approval, right? If there is no rejection, then the approval should be deemed to be given, should be deemed to be approved, right? So this is one thing. The second thing is, even in the administrative law literature, there are principles. There are principles there are principles of natural justice. If somebody applies for a license, you should give reasons in writing if you want to reject that application. And Indian jurisprudence is quite rich when it comes to administrative law. The judiciary recognizes principles of natural justice, it recognizes that reasons must be given, there should be hearing, and so on and so forth. If you look at the two landmark judgments that came to Supreme Court in 1980, and Karthik had also referred to one of those judgments, Bombay Hawkers Union of 1985, then Sudan Singh of 1989. These judgments, if you look at why vendors had to approach court, so Sudan Singh says he was vending around Janpath area and he had applied for license renewal, and the NDMC did not respond to his application, nor rejected it, neither responded to it, not allowed, not renewed it, but also not rejected it, right? And then NDMC argues that this is an illegal vendor, he doesn't have license, but he shows his license and he says no, I have fundamental right, and that's a separate question for now, but it was an administrative issue. Similarly, Bombay Hawkers Union, they had challenged section 313 and other sections because they say that these sections do not have any principles for exercising the discretion. This is also an administrative law principle, that discretion can't be open discretion, it can't be unguided discretion. Every law student would know, if you have studied administrative law, that discretion can't be unguided discretion, right? So this was also a question of administrative law. So in the first case, Bombay Hawkers Union, what the court does and what it was supposed to do, it was supposed to do judicial review on the principles of administrative law. Instead, what it does is it pushes the vendors to mediate with Bombay Municipal Corporation. It says that you better get into talking with them, sit with them, sort it out, otherwise we'll decide against you. This is threatening. The court is threatening the vendors indirectly that you better sit with them, sort it out, otherwise if we pass judgment, you don't know what will pass. So you're indirectly saying that we can pass a judgment against you. So they sit, they come out with a scheme, and this is the first time to my knowledge that the word scheme is used, and this is where this entire concept of scheme is coming into being, and which is also now part of the 2014 law. And they sit together, a scheme is proposed, and the court reviews the scheme. It doesn't review the provisions that were impugned of Bombay Municipal Corporation Act. It instead reviews the scheme which was put forward by the Bombay Municipal Corporation, and it says, okay, number 1, number 2, number 5 are not reasonable restriction. But how is it reasonable? How is it even a restriction? Because you push two parties to come out and come up with a consensual scheme arrangement, and you are reviewing that. But even after it reviews it, and this is beyond my comprehension, then it says, okay, this is a scheme, but both parties should sit again and come out with a final version of the scheme, which means that this is not a final version of the scheme. And in subsequent future judgments, this scheme has been time and again reproduced before many high courts, saying that this is what the Supreme Court has allowed and this is scheme, and it became a precedent. By the way, it is not, see, a judgment becomes a precedent when it decides on an issue, but here there was no decision on a legal issue. They come out with a scheme and the court says 1, 2, 5 are not reasonable, you can check this. And in a city like Bombay, nightlife is young at this time, and so you can't have these time restrictions. You should allow them to use some covering, etc., and so on and so on. They give those sort of comments. Now again, they go back, they probably sit together for 10 years, nothing happens, but 1998 the case goes back to the Bombay High Court, and again the question is, they don't like this scheme, and then residents are also involved, and then again the question is about a scheme. Then Bombay High Court proposes a scheme or mediates over another scheme, then somebody else challenges it in the Supreme Court, and in 1999 or 2000 again the ball is back in the Supreme Court for same question. So it's back to square one where it started from. But the question is, judicial review is guaranteed under Article 32 of the Constitution. Supreme Court has no discretion. It can't say no to Article 32 petition, right? And there is no jurisprudence, there is nowhere is written in Article 32 that the court can mediate like a sarpanch, that two parties sit together and decide it without doing judicial review. Now tell me, who is informal? Is it the Supreme Court which is informal, or is it the vendors who are informal? Number two, in 2019, an office colleague told me that some vendors have got challans and they are, they have some issue, and why don't we help them? I said, okay, let's look at their issue. The son of one of the vendors told me that they are charging us 2,000 rupees for challan, for penalty under Delhi Municipal Corporation Act of 1957. The penalty is 50 rupees. I said, how do you know? Now, I come from legal background. He doesn't. And this was again probably my elite mindset that he doesn't know. How is it possible that in Delhi, the rule of law, I mean, it's the capital of the country. How is it possible that, the challan is 50 rupees, but they are charging 2,000 rupees? But he was right. This guy, his son of a street vendor, he had done Google search. He found a precedent online that said that had quashed a similar penalty for a restaurant. Restaurant was charged some 15,000 rupees fine, and the restaurant argued, well, the penalty is only 50 rupees. So he showed me the precedent. I said, this is right, but this is also ridiculous. How is that possible? So not only the municipal corporation, the three erstwhile municipal corporations in Delhi were penalizing vendors, and the case goes to a municipal magistrate who sits in the municipal office. He's on the payrolls of municipal corporation, and he charges 5,000 rupees, 3,000 rupees, 4,000 rupees penalties. So here is, you have municipal corporations who are charging 2,000, 5,000 rupees fine instead of 50 rupees fine, and you have judges who are doing that. They are on the payrolls of municipal corporation. Again, the question is, who is being informal? If we apply that same framework, a regulation is applicable, it's codified, it's entrenched in law, but there is no compliance. I mean, they're going beyond the law, right, and doing something about it. So you have, it's not, and street vendors, how are they even informal? Because they are complying with the law. There is a law which says that you have to have a license. Most of them applied for license, but they don't get within time, right? And so it's the ambiguity, and this is, I think Sally Robert has also written about the ambiguity of the law, and she also calls it informal practices of the municipal, of the local authorities, right? So this is point number one. And second point is about the scheme part. So which I also said earlier that, so for 25 years, from 1985 to 2010, so 2010 eventually, I think it was Gendaram case when Justice Singhvi realized, because what was happening is, for Mumbai as well as for Delhi, in Delhi, court started appointing committees. They appointed one Chopra committee. There was one Hareja committee or Thareja committee. There was Thareja committee, and then there was Chopra committee. So there were these two committees, and these committees, meaning that Chopra or Thareja was a district court judge who was taken up by the Supreme Court and made the committee chairperson. He was asked to go on the roads and register street vendors or enumerate street vendors. And what the court was doing is not what Article 32 says. It started governing street vending, and until 2010 there were so many cases, and you see these are again not judgments, these are orders passed by the court, and there is no decision, there is no adjudication in these cases. There are only directions, and direction is a very interesting word, because there is no legal issue. The court would hear different parties like a darbar, and it would pass some hukumnama. So these are called directions, and the directions are meant to be that the NDMC will do that, and they will have committees to implement their decisions. And so it is in some way governance by the court from Delhi. The court was governing street vending in Mumbai and in Delhi for 25 years until Justice Singhvi finally realized, Justice Ganguly finally realized in 2010 that this is going out of hand, because there were hundreds of applications pending in the court. For example, one vendor in 1991 had to change his business from chai wala to selling garments. So he approaches NDMC. NDMC says, well, we can't do that. We can't give you permission because the issue is pending in the Supreme Court. So you apply to Thareja committee. He applies to Thareja committee. Thareja committee takes up his application and files it before the Supreme Court that you decide whether he can change his profession or not. So this is the level, this is the extent of things going out of hand. And so if Supreme Court's jurisdiction and constitutional role is to adjudicate, is to interpret, is to review laws, and instead if it is doing governance, then who is the encroacher? With that I rest, and let's go to Dr. Srinivasu.
Thank you. First of all, pardon me for coming a bit late. I've been traveling a lot. That's why I couldn't come on time. Today morning at 10 o'clock only I came from Hyderabad and I had to rush to this hall. Yeah. Indira, Prashant and friends. Also one of our colleague from Jamia also be there. Good afternoon, very good afternoon. After having heard of the discussion with regard to street vendors legal aspects, yeah. So I'm from economics background. I do research on street vendors. I try to present a different picture, like see the legal issues and the problems that the street vendors are being faced and the issues, all those issues apart from that. Let's try to find out what is economics behind and how do we look at the whole gamut of street vendors. If you try to understand the informal economy and formal economy, irrespective of developed and developing economies, the informal economy is very significant role playing. Yeah. Nearly 92% in India, the informal economy is present. Also, if you try to understand properly, as per ILO statistics, as per World Bank data, nearly 70% of GDP has been generating from the informal economy. So we try to look at different dimensions of this informal economy, say brick makers, say street vendors, say domestic helper, you can always call domestic workers, all these people. So the moment we try to understand the economics behind all these things, so what is the question of social security of these street vendors? What is the question of financial inclusion of the street vendors? In the regime of digital financial inclusion we are talking about, the government of India has been focusing upon the digital financial inclusion, not financial services. We are trying to do more things, but unfortunately, where is the place of street vendors in Indian economy? Let's try to see. And also we with all respects to our panelists, I am not able to focus on legal issues, but I am not expert in legal aspects. But when we interact or intervene with the street vendors, they have expressed so many issues with regard to their fines, the issues, sometimes the police harass them like anything, and including MCD people try to harass them like anything. Sometimes in streets, in colonies, the resident welfare associations also harass them like, there are so many things. So if you try to see a macro level picture in India, there are two metropolitan cities are very prominent in street vendors. Mumbai is the first place and the second is Delhi.
Delhi, I think some of the data I have with me. Delhi, as per 2011 census, 16 lakh 941 street vendors are there. It is in population in overall India, it is 2% street vendors are there. But NASVI has been giving the data. But one of my students, while she was working with regard to street vendors, she was not able to get the data about street vendors in the Indian economy. We do get the data with regard to informal economy when people try to pursue the research or try to understand the dynamics of we always try to see the political economy of street vendors. When students or anyone who wanted to pursue or do some issues with regard to street vendors, the problem is that people do not even get the data. NASVI has been presenting some kind of data, MCD has been providing some kind of data, and the government of India would never give the data with regard to street vendors. That's the biggest challenge what the researchers have been facing, number one. Number two, that's why in total, as per ILO and as per different organizations like NASVI, 2% of the population in the occupation of street vending. But how do we look at this? What are the issues that are being faced by street vendors? So some of the facts I would like to present before you while we have done a primary study in 5 markets in Delhi. We have done a primary data work in 5 markets in Delhi, Tilivara market, Rajouri Garden market, and Connaught Place market, and 2-3 markets. So in those from those markets we have collected nearly 2,500 samples of street vendors. So wherein we try to ask them, why did you come to street vending? What is your background? What is your qualification? And is it your the occupation is coming as heredity, or like, what are the reasons? We try to capture some political economy of the street vending and all those things. Also we try to focus upon what is their financial aspects. So with that, I wanted to tell you one thing. So majority of the people from the street vending, it is the age group between 26 to 45. Majority of the street vendors are in the age between 26 to 45, and also they want earlier. They try to see as a chance they are entering in the street vending. I mean, maybe prior to reform period or reforms. After reform, in the post-reform period, they try to look at as a livelihood opportunity. Street vending, they try to look at. They are not entering as a chance. They wanted to enter in the street vending profession for the livelihood opportunity, for their livelihood. Why I am focusing this? Because in the pre-reform period, they do not have any alternative livelihood opportunity. That's why they had to enter in street vending. But in the post-reform period, they wanted to enter in street vending because of the better livelihood opportunity. That's what they have tried to explain. And another thing is that most of the street vendors are from migrants from rural to urban. It's not rural to, see, you always see the migrants from rural to urban. These days during the COVID-19, the reverse migration we have been experiencing. Yeah. So 69% have been migrated from rural areas to Delhi metropolitan city. That is an interesting observation, because as per census data, NSSO data or CSO data reveals that the migration has been happening because of only marriage. They have cited marriage is one of the main reasons for the migration, but here 69%, that is more than half of the street vendors are coming from rural to urban centers for the livelihood opportunities. That's one of the interesting thing. Another interesting observation we could see, majority of the migrants are from Bihar and Delhi. Majority of the migrants of the street vendors are from Bihar, followed by UP, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. And also interesting observations we have done, nearly 5% of the street vendors are graduates. 5% of the street vendors are graduates, and they are their income levels we have calculated. The income levels are between 23,500 to 50,000 per month. So why I am saying this? The moment you try to understand their political economy of the street vendors, like their investment, if you try to see the level of investment, the level of literacy, the age bracket, like the young population are more visible in the street vending community. And another interesting observation, we can see different things with regard to the financial inclusion. Only 52% are make available with regard to financial inclusion. That means only 52% street vendors do have accounts. Remaining 48% of the street vendors do not have accounts. When we are talking about financial inclusion, they all nearly half of the street vending community do not have bank accounts. When they do not have bank accounts, how can we see about the financial inclusion? Number one. Second thing is that these days, during the COVID-19, the government of India, in the part of Atmanirbhar package, they have announced some loans to the street vendors. But when they approach to the banks always ask them, what is your plan or what is your proposal to repay that 10,000. The moment banks do ask with regard to repayment schedule or whatever, they do not have any idea. See, thing is that I have a beautiful proposal to start an industry or enterprise. See, these are all micro enterprises. If you try to propose and approach to the bank, and I want a loan to go for street vending, the moment they ask that, no, how do you pay? So I do not have a guarantee that every month I would get this much of regular income. I cannot give the guarantee to the bank official. Immediately bank official would say no for my proposal. So where they would go? So the question of social security is very absent and blank in the case of street vendors. If you try to see the everywhere we are talking about social security, and even in Canada these social security measures are very high level, but in the case of India there is no social security measure for particularly street vendors, and you do not have the data with regard to street vendors. So how do you question about the social security aspect? So the moment I try to write with regard to Atmanirbhar package and with regard to bank loans, the question I have been raising to the government of India that please provide the data, try to add the number of street vendors in census and all these things, so that people can do some kind of research. Also, they are part of the economy. See, as long as you treat them as informal, but in India, mind you that in India 92% of the income has been generated from informal economy, which includes street vendors. But unfortunate thing is that various governments are not been able to focus upon the data. If anyone wanted to pursue research, or if anyone wanted to raise their voice, you need to have the number, or you need to have the political economy of the street vendors. That's the biggest. That's the biggest challenge. I'm sorry I have taken much time, but let me stop here. One issue is social security, another issue is financial inclusion, and if you provide that, they would be better citizens with regard to economic citizens. Thank you so much.
Dr.
I'm sorry I have taken much time.
So floor is open now for questions.
Not a question, just an observation about economic inclusion. In many of the schemes like PM Swanidhi scheme, our students had done field work in the small towns in Odisha, where we have seen actually the information about the scheme amongst the municipal government officials also practically non-existent. I mean,
no awareness.
Yes, absolutely no awareness, and I mean obviously amongst the street vendors it is even less.
Worse.
Yes, and otherwise, I mean, there is a lot of vulnerabilities that crop up for other various kind of development works. I mean, they are the first targets, obviously.
Yeah, this is an observation, but I would like to add, sir, actually, thing is that, 5 years back or 6 years back, we have started this research. We were no clue with regard to how much data, how much the number of street vendors in India. That's very horrible situation. Then we try to find out, we try to go to NASRI, we try to go to Delhi MCD, we try to go to different organizations, we couldn't get data. So at the end of the day, we try to use some economic tricks, techniques, but unfortunately, what are the schemes? For example, as part of Atmanirbhar package, the government of India announced, that also nobody knows from the street vending community. That is very interesting.
You have a question? Could you introduce yourself, please?
Okay, yeah. I'm Srishti Jaiswal. I'm from Gargi College. I'm a fresher. But my question is that even those who have established themselves in the market and have what it requires, have the plan, and even though, like I know someone personally who tried to get benefit from Stand Up India, let's say, and despite going to the banks with the proper documentation, they have been hanging up for like more than 2 years. And they have all the required documents, plans for repayment of the loan and everything as such, what can be done about it. Even though laws are in place, the person who has to benefit from it has the required documents, but the bank is not sanctioning the loan.
We'll take more questions at one go.
Yeah.
Okay, any other questions?
Everybody is asking me.
I think that question was for you.
Yeah.
I'm Abhiraj and I'm a law student. And again, not a question, more of an observation towards your argument against the informality of the code, Dr. Prashant. I just felt that the argument itself renders itself a bit hypocritical, because if we use that argument, it also makes all positive judgments that the court uses, using its authority as perhaps going above the law a little, beyond the law. That also makes the arguments that for example, I've been recently working on abortion cases, and I've come across many judgments in the Supreme Court where the court has gone beyond the law to grant abortions in cases of sexual assault, and we praise those judgments because that is perhaps for the greater good. And such an argument that curtails the authority of the court should perhaps...
point noted, I'll respond to you. We'll take next question.
My question, part comment, part question, also to Prashant and possibly to Indira. I mean, I'm thinking about, you know, so clearly from 1985 onwards, the courts get into the business of governing street vending, right? And in the morning, what I'd argued was that street vendors were going to court because it was a way to buy time. But I mean, if you have to think about the silver lining, right? I mean, as you clearly point out, it didn't achieve the kind of legal, it didn't secure for street vendors the kinds of legal rights that we wanted. But if you, just to sort of maybe play the devil's advocate a little bit, would the Street Vendors Act, the present act, have come about if not for the coming together of street vendors? You know, what I find in the history is that until this process of judicialization comes about, street vendor struggles in each city were independent struggles. There was not that much of coming together. But after this judicialization, you see that the street vendor politics begins to take a certain degree of uniformity. It acquires a certain uniform character, right? And without that, the present Street Vendors Act would not be, you couldn't even think about it, right? Because if each city, the street vendors politics is playing out differently. The opponents are different, the protagonists are different, the municipal corporations' views are different, right? Then it wouldn't make sense for the central government to enact, or the parliament to enact, legislation to govern street vending, right? That only happens because the courts get involved at all levels. And you mentioned Bombay and Delhi, but those judgments are percolating down. Madras High Court is following what Supreme Court is doing, right? I mean, this is happening across the country by the 2000s, right? From Orissa to, even in smaller towns by this point, Madhya Pradesh, Indore, etc. Right? So now, is that a silver lining, or given our disappointing experience with the Street Vendors Act, is that also just another, a continuation of the same saga? That's perhaps the question.
So Dr. Srinivasa, do you want to respond to that question, which was for you?
Yeah. See, with regard to the proposal for any entrepreneurship, thing is that there is one organization called National Institute of Small and Medium Entrepreneurs. That institute located in Hyderabad, they provide trainings for the progressive entrepreneurs, be it micro and small. They try to provide trainings, and they try to make them to prepare a project proposal and so on. That would be one side of the argument. The other side of the argument is the point you are trying to focus upon, like when people try to approach to the banking officials with regard to their proposal, they have always had inhibitions that how the person would repay the loan. That's the problem. So in that case, state has to step in. That's our argument, is that state has to step in and try to take up that kind of issues and try to make them awareness, one point. Second one is state also take a lead in provisioning of the loans, like they have announced Atmanirbhar package and all. Apart from all these things, the level of awareness is very low with regard to any scheme. Particularly the literacy level is very low among street vendors. That's why they do not even, we are talking about Street Vending Act. Majority of the street vendors do not even know what is Street Vending Act. That's the problem. Yeah, thank you.
Do you want to comment on those two questions? Or his comment? No, Karthik's comment?
Yeah, sure. So, and there was another one as well, right? About beyond the law.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah, can I also talk about that as well? I know Prashant will take that, but I'd just like to also step in over here. So we are practicing every day not every day, thankfully, but very often in the courts, uh, what we see is when there is a step taken for the greater good, so to speak, and if you're stepping in for that purpose, there is, of course, it is welcome because there is a huge scope for interpretation and stepping in to do justice, so to speak. That is the purpose of actually the law, the courts, the municipalities, etc., etc. But if it is to feed into an existing bias and increase the problem, or to, obviate justice, then of course, I mean, that's how I see it. He might have a different perspective on it. So I just have this point to say, because we see this routinely. We see that you deliberately say that there are only so many licenses, knowing that street vendors, for example, just as cycle rickshaw pullers, etc., are under licensed deliberately. This is historical. So if you have 5 lakh people, you give only 99,000, so that you keep a very flourishing regime of extortion and bribery. You know that and you shut an eye to it. So there is that, which is a huge problem. We faced it repeatedly. So there's that I'd like to respond to. The other one about the you said judicialization of the laws, etc. So at the time when the laws were being conceived, there was supposed to be a model law, and some of us got together and we actually pressed for a national law, because what the government does in many cases is there is a law that is enacted, but then it's kept pending coming into effect, so to speak. So there is a very convenient safety valve. You say it will come into effect when it is put into the official gazette, and it isn't for 10 years. So we thought it would be better to have a national law. So we all pushed really hard to have that instead of state laws, and a model law with state laws. Of course, then you can sit on the rules forever, which many states have done. But nonetheless, so but I feel, and again you may view this a little differently, but we've done cases, we've studied literature from various parts of the country. We feel that while there is a lot of uniqueness in each story, each city, each place, and even each market, it is so unique. But there is some commonality. For example, there is under licensing, there is invisibilization, and when we say invisibilization, it's actually dehumanization. You say a street vendor is a nuisance, so you don't even see that person as a human being feeding a family, and they just, without looking in that direction, say throw this person out. And these are the best and the most humane people who are judges say, oh, but they've taken over our cities. So it's just an unnamed problem. You know what I'm saying? I mean, invisibilized. But so does this allow them to buy time? To some extent, yes, when the law came into force initially, and also when that Supreme Court judgment was there. But a lot of the high courts, though they have been mandated to support the law by the 2013 judgment, there is an express direction that every high court shall monitor the implementation of the law whenever the law is enacted. They routinely debunk it because they say recently I was just looking at some judgments. They say, oh, these people are run shops. By the way, a dukan is also what a street vendor's shop is also called a dukan. They say these are shops, so therefore they're not vendors, so therefore throw them out. So high courts are doing that. They're saying they're not covered by the law, and the Street Vendors Act specifically says this is not limited to licensed vendors. It says no place will be declared a no vending zone. There is nobody who is called an authorized vendor. I mean, the implicit thing is everybody who chooses to practice as a vendor is a vendor. But they have brought in terms which don't exist in the law. Who is a legal vendor? Who is not? Then judgments, high constitutional authorities are passing such judgments. It's quite amazing. So whether this is, I would say it's worth having the law, but now to bring people together to implement it. That's my view. Thank you.
Thanks, Indira. So to answer your question, it's a means end question. Just because you agree with the end doesn't mean that the means were valid. So I believe more in means, I would say, and so I've also criticized Vishakha judgment on those grounds. Coming to Karthik, I have changed my view about the law. I saw it as a success and an achievement in 2015. I don't think as positively about the law now. My view is that it's overcomplicated, unnecessarily complicated law, not capable of implementation. It has design flaws, and so I might appear to be overtly critical about the law, but this is based on not just our experience of past 9 years, but also continuous engagement and analysis of the law, and it needs very, very high administrative cost for implementation, and the incentives of various stakeholders are not properly aligned. I don't think so that this law would be very easy to implement, and we see that with TVCs, especially with TVCs. I know this is it reflects aspirations of many street vendors and their leaders, but I don't think it's going to be easy to have TVCs functional, and we have done a survey, it shows that it's not functional. And by the way, on the issue of fundamental rights and street vendor struggle, so in the late 70s, Delhi High Court had actually, or even the Supreme Court in appeal, in Pyarelal case, it had said that street vending is not a fundamental right. Then in Sodan Singh, they overturned that judgment. So which is in 60s, so late 60s. In late 60s, they had decided that street vending is not a fundamental right. It's also very important to understand the logic, because even the logic which they employed in Sodan Singh, I disagree with it. So I disagree with the 60s judgment, but I also don't agree with the late 80s Sodan Singh judgment. See, and Arvind, the senior advocate Arvind Datar and Shiv Prasad Swaminathan from Jindal have actually written a paper on, which is in the context of right to sell liquor, which is about Article 19(1)(g). So I like their argument, and that clicks with me, which is about that every activity which is a business, trade, profession or occupation is by default a fundamental right. You don't have to prove that it is your fundamental right to engage in a commercial activity, because see, the Constitution doesn't give you right. You have those rights. Constitution actually gives the right to the state to impose reasonable restrictions. So Constitution doesn't give you rights, it is actually giving the right to the state to reasonably curtail it. So which means that you don't have to prove that you have something right, or you don't need a pronouncement from the court that what is a fundamental right and what is not a fundamental right. The question before the court should always be whether a restriction is a reasonable restriction or not. So the question that they picked up in Sodan Singh for 5-judge bench was an incorrect one. They unnecessarily constitutionalize an administrative question, and it routinely happens before the Supreme Court that they constitutionalize administrative law questions. It didn't need to be. So my dream utopia is the counterfactual, that had Supreme Court picked up the judicial review of those administrative questions in 1985 and 89, we would have been a much, much different world. We didn't need this law of 2014, and the Municipal Corporation Acts probably would have been reformed. Yeah. So great, I think, okay, Sharon is kind of reminding me that it's already 3:05. We have Jivika launch, so
Correct.
we should now close this one. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a few important announcements. First, for certificates, they'll come over email. And since you mentioned Jivika, let me just take a minute to talk about what that event is. That's happening in the auditorium at the IIC, so the main IIC building. A lot of you, especially the students, may have some apprehensions or frustrations, and this is something I also had back in law school, that yes, we attend these conferences, or we read a lot of papers, or we write something, but what is it translating into?
excuse me, what does it translate to? And Jivika is possibly something that you can see that it is that translation in motion, where all this knowledge that we've gathered over the years has been put into this intervention. In short, the intervention is an application, a mobile app, which allows street vendors to connect with their market pradhans in the event of a raid or in the event they're being harassed by police or municipal officials. It also alerts vendors close by to come to their assistance. It also has information on the law and videos, audio, etc. It also allows them to record it. So that's something that we intend to launch today. That starts at 3:30. So those of you who would like to join, you're most welcome to. And just to conclude, I'd just like to thank a few people for making this conference happen. First of all, the panelists for taking out time from their busy schedules. Thank you so much for doing so and coming and sharing your thoughts, your views, your research with all of us. Second, Dr. Narang, thank you so much. And the research team, we have Seher, Jaina, Arjun, Astha, Simran, Sanskriti, Deepak, who have in making this symposium happen. Lastly, I'd like to thank the Social Legal Review of the National Law School for partnering with us. Especially for those of you who are students, I would suggest that you look for their call for papers. They'll have a thematic volume coming out on this. And please write. Use the ideas that you've picked up from here. Use the concepts that you've picked up from here. Research more and write and submit. And that will help in not only deepening the understanding of the law and the urban informal economy, but also broadening it. More people will be exposed to it, and that is what is important. So with that, I would conclude. Thank you all for coming.
So we are launching the mobile application.
Very smart. I heard the concept very good. So now to legitimize this as well. Very fortunate.
It's available on Android. You have an Android phone?
No, I have been forcibly given a Apple by my sister. I would never buy it.